September 8th, Nebraska State Board of Education meeting will now come to order. Good morning and welcome to the September 8th, 2023 State Board of Education meeting. Board members, please remember to turn on your mics before speaking and turn them off when you have finished speaking. Please note that board members may be using their cell phones or laptop computers to access information and the agenda for this meeting. Live streaming is available through the State Board of Education website. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Patsy Kojons.
Here.
Lisa Fricke.
Here.
Patty Goobles.
Here.
Jacqueline Morrison. Kirk Penner.
Here.
Sherry Jones.
Here.
Elizabeth Tegmeyer.
Here.
Deborah Neary.
Here.
Commissioner Maher.
Here.
7 present, 1 absent.
There are 7 members present. A quorum is established. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Information regarding the Open Meetings Act is posted as you enter the room from the main entrance doors. The Open Meetings Act is also posted on the State Board of Education's website. Agenda item 2.1. We have a number of special presentations today, and this is the first of those presentations. Board Member Tapmeyer, would you please introduce our first presenters?
Right. So we have the teaching staff and students from Lexington Public Schools. They have recently won several national awards and been recognized for their yearbook publications. And so I first heard about it in January when I toured their school and thought it was such an incredible recognition for one of our western end schools, and wanted to make sure that everybody in the state knew what they were doing in Lexington. So I will let you take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Erica Brockmuller. I'm the journalism advisor at Lexington High School. We wanted to thank Elizabeth Tegmeyer for having us and the school board, as well as our administration. We know finding subs isn't easy, but I was able to get away. But we also wanted to thank our publishing company, Walsworth. They provide a lot of opportunities for students to be successful throughout the year, as well as a lot of education. So.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anita Wright Espinoza. I'm a senior at Lexington High School, and I'm an NSAA state medalist. Each year, our staff is tasked to decide a theme for the year. Our theme is decided verbal and communication tones by the communication tones of the year. It captures the feeling that we will have the year. This book, displayed on the screen, was our first book back from COVID. The theme was At Any Minute We Got This. The staff chose this theme due to the fact that it was a very uncertain year, but as long as we worked together as a school, we would get through it. This was also the first book of ours that won a national award.
Okay, good morning. My name is Madeline Armstrong. I'm also a senior. I'm also a Nebraska State Journalism medalist. And on the yearbook staff, one of the most important things that we take pride in is that all of our students do the work. So on the screen, all of our students did all the pictures, we write all the stories, and we design everything. One of the most important things that we think is important is we have a class in yearbook, so not many journalism or yearbook programs get to have a class, and we do. So I think it's really important. As a design editor, that I can make sure that everybody's doing everything consistent, all the designs are consistent. And on the screen there's 3 different spreads. So basically what I do is just make sure everything is consistent, so all the colors are the same, all the pictures are the same, and yeah, that's what we make important.
Hi, my name is Brooklyn Lowell. I'm also a senior at LHS, and my position on staff is editor-in-chief, and I qualified and won at the national level. One of our biggest goals in yearbook is to try and be like as inclusive as we can be, and like get as many people in the book as possible. One of the ways we do this is by creating and using like a system of highlighting name books, or name lists, I mean. And we just do this so that like one person isn't used like too much in like main stories. So like varsity starter in basketball, who's also a varsity starter in like golf, they aren't used on both spreads. Another way we do this is on our monthly spreads, we cover 3 areas, which is academics, student life, and organizations. This is so that like people who don't necessarily do sports or aren't interested in sports, their presence can be shown at LHS.
So the students wanted to show you a variety of our publications. The first book that you saw was our first national award, but there's a lot of opportunities for all Nebraska high school journalists to find success. The first organization is the Nebraska High School Press Association. Their highest award is a Cornhusker Award. And so in that award, you're judged up against a critique booklet. You have to score a high enough score to earn that award. And those students are recognized at the NHSPA Fall Convention in Lincoln. There's also the NSAA State Journalism Championships, just like there's championships for basketball and track. They have a journalism championship, so we're really fortunate that they provide that opportunity for students. We have done well as a theme, but we've also done well, the students have done well as individuals, so we've had state champions at that as well as medalists. That contest is based off of preliminary entries, and then from there, students either are placed based off of their preliminary entry, or they actually compete live at State Journalism up in Norfolk, so that's pretty cool. Then there's 3 national organizations. There's a Nebraska and National Presswomen Association. Brooklyn Lowell was a national champion in yearbook layout design, so we were really excited for her. She placed first in Nebraska, and then that qualified her for the national. The other 2 national organizations are the Columbia Scholastic Press Association through Columbia University. So that was our first big award that the students were up for. You're judged up against all books from all over the nation. So our book is 128 pages at the time, and there's books that are like 450 pages. And so they have more opportunities for coverage. And so to be a finalist and earn a Silver Crown was pretty substantial for our book. And then the most recent award that the students have won is through the National Scholastic Press Association. There is another convention. They host a fall and a spring convention. A Pacemaker Award through the NSPA sets the pace for journalism. And so we were named a finalist last year, and so that was really exciting. But they also have other ways for students to be recognized. So at the convention, they have a best of show competition, and these guys won first place best of show for our book category. And then this fall, if these guys win a Cornhusker, it would qualify them to go to that National Scholastic Press Association, and then they would compete live at the national level. So lots of exciting things in journalism, lots of exciting things for Lexington, and we're just so glad to be here to share them with you. So do you have any questions?
I do. I'm wondering if any of you have plans to use the skills that you've gleaned through yearbook or journalism in a future career.
I'm the managing editor on the staff, and I feel like being a part of a team has taught me that your role in the team is just as important as everyone else's. So taking that into life, or just situations and opportunities, it's taught me that as long as you have a set plan and you know what you're doing as a group, that you're destined to succeed.
Okay.
So, since I've joined yearbook, I feel like I've been able to figure out more of what I would want to do in the future. So, I've been thinking about doing journalism in college or something like that. And also, I feel like what she said, I've made a lot of like really good relationships in yearbook, and I feel like it would help me a lot later to work like in a staff, like with people like in the future.
Being editor-in-chief on yearbook this year, it was kind of daunting at first, the title, but I feel like it's helped me be like a leader in other areas of my life, because usually I like shy away from those positions. But yeah, I feel like it's helped me be more comfortable to like put myself in a position where others are dependent on me, and they look towards me for help. So.
I was interested in how many students you're able to involve in this program.
So last year we had about 26 just in the yearbook class, but this year we have 11, so small but mighty, but it'll be good.
Do involved outside of the classroom as well?
We have some students that want to be involved. Our freshman schedule is really restricted based off of some of their required classes. So yeah, they're going to come in and help on the work nights.
So you open it up for them so that they get a taste of it.
Yes.
Good. Do you have a club or an organization?
We have a class during the day, and then those students will come in we'll have work nights is what they're called. And so after school, students can come in and work on their work.
Well, I think it's still important to know how to write and to learn how to be honest journalists. Mm-hmm. And I'm really excited that you're doing so well. I taught in this part of the country for many, many years. So whenever you guys win something, I feel like I won. So
great. Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Congratulations, and thank you for being here. I think it's really important that not only are you acknowledging that you're learning journalism, but you're learning important life skills. So thank you very much. Agenda item 2.2, we have a special presentation from Hampton Public Schools on the hawk herd.
That's right. So as they get situated here, we did 2 schools. So on Wednesday, so everybody's understanding, we went to Aurora with Dr. Maher, Dr. Friesen, and Dr. Four, and we met with staff, or they met with staff and the admin team and did a school tour. And I know Mr. Phillips is here, the superintendent of Aurora, and I understand it went well. So thank you for opening your doors. Then yesterday, we spent some time in Hampton and got a great tour. In fact, the 3 of us were in a car yesterday, and Sherry said to me, it makes me want to go live in Hampton and go to school there. So you did a wonderful job in your presentation, and didn't expect anything less from that. But Hampton, from my standpoint, for my family, my mom graduated from Hampton. She's from the area. My Uncle Leroy probably drives every activity bus in Hampton, and Holly's my neighbor. So it's a logical choice to have them come and talk about what they're doing with the hawk herd, which I think we need to do more of that all over the state. So thank you for coming and explaining. Thank you, Superintendent Herzberg.
Thank you. We appreciate the invitation to come and present, and also it was an honor to host so many of you yesterday at Hampton. I am Holly Herzberg. I'm the superintendent. I have been in Hampton for 31 years, and 18 of them I've served as a superintendent.
My name is Carson Clutie. I am the secondary principal. I've been in Hampton for 5 years, with 2 of those being in this role, and I also am a 2010 graduate of Hampton.
So I'm Joel Miller. I am the ag teacher at Hampton. I'm in my 18th year teaching there, but I am also a graduate of Aurora Public Schools here in Hamilton County. So I grew up in this area and have enjoyed my time in Hampton so far.
My name's Braden Dozy. I'm the FFA student advisor at Hampton, and I've lived and worked on a farm all my life.
My name's Evan Pancoke. I am the Hampton FFA chapter president, and I've also lived and grown up on a farm.
Just to get started this morning, we're going to tell you a little bit about who are we. What does Hampton look like if you're not familiar with us? Our demographics, actually a small rural ag-based community. We have about $379 million in valuation. So a healthy valuation, but maybe not as large as some of the others. Our district covers 73 square miles in Hamilton County, and we actually have about 2 miles in York County. Our school district really values education, and I would say is very community focused. And I think in our presentation, you're going to see that repeated. One thing I would point out real quickly is in 2016, we had a 2-part bond election. And our community, the value that they put on education, it passed. And we're very proud of what we have, and several of you got to see what that bond did for our school and our community. And last, I would like to point out, and I think again, several of you saw a full preschool room yesterday. Our lower elementary classes are full, and we really have a lot of young families who are graduates or have ties to Hampton moving back to the area to raise their children.
The picture on your screen is an aerial view of the school grounds that have been converted into a small-scale farming operation. You can see at the bottom, and some of you saw this yesterday, this is where we raise chickens and gather eggs every day. Right above that is the actual hawk herd, which we're here to talk about. Within that hawk herd, there are 2 calving sheds, 4 pens, and a larger pasture area with permanent fencing on the north end. And then up at the very top is a test plot. We have 1/3 of an acre there. Last year it was corn, this year it was beans. And a theme you'll see in the following slides is the opportunity we have for community partnerships with local businesses, and this test plot is no different. Real Farm Research out of Aurora both planted and harvested this test plot.
So some of the history on the hawk herd, or how we kind of got to where we are today, started with a local producer in the community who happens to be with us today. Mark Clutie came to Holly, our superintendent, and said, wouldn't it be great if we could serve locally raised beef to our students at school? Which kind of got the ball rolling, and we had a school board member, Holly, our lunch staff, as well as a community member, a producer, go to a summit at Thayer Central Community Schools in Hebron and kind of learn the ins and outs of being able to serve locally raised beef in the schools. So from that, kind of the next step was there were producers in the area that were willing to donate beef as the school lunch program needed it, so that we could have that Tuesdays and Thursdays, the students would get that within their lunch. So this kind of turned into how could we get students or more people involved or hands-on with this opportunity. We actually had a couple community members that had came to me or to our school and asked about possibly starting a greenhouse program and that type of stuff. Our high school principal at the time, he decided to put together a survey of the students to see what their interest level would be and which way to go. And it was an overwhelming result was they would love to see more animal lab experiences in animal facilities. So that's kind of how we went this direction. And then, you know, the picture, the aerial view, that's kind of how that got started and so forth. So now we're to the point where, you know, we are raising our own beef at school. The students are raising it that then goes into their lunches and so forth. So none of this would have happened without the community partnerships that we have, the time and talents of many in the community, as far as school board members and others donating their time, financial assistance and so forth to make it all happen. And, you know, and again, we have a lot of people that have helped us get to where we're at. We did get some financial assistance from the Nebraska FFA Foundation and the Hamilton Community Foundation as well.
Initially, when I was hired at Hampton, I was hired as the Director of Career Pathways to implement the career readiness standards. As I've transitioned to the role of principal, those have been still at the forefront of a lot of what we do at Hampton, because I think we all take the idea that our job is to prepare kids to be successful in their next step after high school, whether that's right into the workforce, some sort of schooling in the workforce, or the military. It's our job to provide those experiences. The Hawk Herd experiment, if you will, has given our students the opportunity to be involved in the career wheel you see in front of you. Every sector we feel is touched by the hawk herd. The following slides will highlight how each cluster has given those students a real-world hands-on experience to help guide their potential career choices. The business, marketing, and management sector arguably plays as big of a role as any in the entire process. I mentioned those community partnerships. Cornerstone Bank, and specifically Asia Hack at Cornerstone, has played a vital role in the development of the business side of the herd. She has helped us set up a hawk herd bank account, done business planning with the agribusiness class, and also with Mr. Miller, acts as the accounting branch of the hawk herd. This class handles how expenses are tracked, income is tracked, and everything financial goes to that agribusiness class. They also set the stage for long-term financial planning, so tracking expenses in the past to estimate what they will be in the future, how much have prices raised over the last couple years. There's a lot of fundraising opportunities from support from companies like Aurora Co-op and Central Valley Ag, and those have all been tremendous. So those donations, again, are all tracked and accounted for by the agribusiness class. On to the agriculture, food, and natural resources sector, and I'll try and make a leap into the health sciences at the end. But the biggest one with agriculture is probably animal management. Evan has a slide later that he'll talk about the day-to-day operation, so I won't steal his thunder there. But one I want to focus on is food processing. Several students we have had, including one who graduated last year, chose to go into a career in food processing, working for a local meat block, in part because of his experiences with the hawk herd. We have several local butcher shops that are involved, including Henderson Meats, which is pictured above over there, Henderson Meats, where they are USDA inspected and certified and process the meat 7 miles away from our school that eventually comes back to our lunch program. Veterinary sciences gives students an opportunity to administer shots and are very involved in the artificial insemination process. And if you want to ask Mr. Miller about that later, he has some pictures to show you how involved they actually are. Working with Dr. Hack, a local vet, I believe the next piece could be in the health sciences realm as well, because our students were actively involved in taking an ultrasound of one of the cows to make sure that the calf inside was viable and ready to go to start the whole process. So while that's not on a person, I believe the concept is the same, some of the technology is the same, and that's real world experience that really could guide somebody into either, a veterinary career or even into the medical field.
Hello? Test again. There we go. I had the opportunity a couple years ago to co-teach a class with our art teacher called an entrepreneurship class, and we spent a lot of time with graphic design. And the logo you see on the top left of the screen is what the students created as far as the hawk herd logo. We're still kind of putting that in a lot of our publications and things like that. We'll get it more involved as we go on, but the students kind of created that. There was a lot of rounds of, what works, what doesn't work, what's going to look good, do we use the school's color theme, that type of stuff. So the graphic design component was great for our students to kind of learn that, and then they can see that on publications that go out. Another thing that happens in that communication area would be the fact that, and some of you got to experience this yesterday, our students get to give tours of our facility, and they learn those skills as far as showcasing what we have, being knowledgeable in it so they can answer questions. And the other side of that communication piece is the ag business class. They contact our feed nutrition specialists, and they call and they order the feed and they ask the questions, what should we be feeding in our rations and that type of stuff. So that communication piece is really huge as far as that goes. So then my ag leadership class, my seniors, a lot of times they end up going into the elementary classrooms and they talk about ag literacy with the elementary students, and it's great to have right outside the window real live examples to go showcase and show them. But a lot of publications and things that we use in that program came from the Cattle Women's Association as well as the Nebraska Farm Bureau. So we definitely cover those sectors with those types of things.
When we were constructing the individual pens and later the larger pasture area, the students would measure, cut, weld, drill, and set posts and gates. We were involved in every aspect of building the operation. There was a lot of math involved in the planning of projects and measurements, and which influenced how many supplies were needed. to cutting angles with the gates of feed bunks. As with every cattle operation involving animals that weigh well over 1,000 pounds, things tend to break. The woods and metals classes play an important role in keeping the facilities functioning and safe. The community partners that have supported the skilled and technical services include Bonsberger Welding, Bonsberger Construction, and Dozie Land and Cattle.
Daily duties. On Mondays, students prep feed and rations for the week ahead. Corn as well as proteins and minerals are measured in individual 5-gallon buckets that will be used daily. A QR code is used daily to track the completion of chores during the school year and summertime months. Once the form is completed, the instructor will receive an email indicating the chores have been completed or if the students have had any concerns with the animals. Students in multiple classes have assigned roles to keep the things running smoothly. Whether it is daily feeding and watering, making sure the gates and pens are structurally sound, or behind the scenes record keeping, all students play a role to the success of the hawk herd.
So we're extremely thankful for the community partnerships that we have in Hampton that have really helped make the hawk herd a success. What questions would you have for us today?
Well, Brandon and Evan, I'm just curious, what are your favorite aspects of the hawk herd, and maybe what are some of the most challenging aspects of being involved with the hawk herd?
Well, it's a familiar thing because living and working on a farm all my life, it's nice to have that at the school, and it's a really great opportunity for me and all the other students to work with cattle, feed them, welding fences, all that kind of things, you know, different skills for people to learn. I think that's just great for the whole school.
I agree that it is important for students to see this. I also have lived and grown up on a farm, and it is really important that students are getting to do this, and I also get to help in this because I would like to come back to the farm someday and help raise beef.
I don't have a question, just a comment that, oh my gosh, I am so impressed, and it's this kind of innovation that really inspires me in my work here, and so thank you. Like, what an amazing opportunity. I wish I could sign up to attend because I am so interested in this, but kudos to you. This is real innovation, which is exciting.
Well, thank you, and feel free to stop by and visit anytime. We'd love to show you around.
Yeah.
Wheel and involved a lot of different areas of learning, and that you identified them and you gave experiences that made it solid that they were used, like the art in the advertising and all of that, because we want our students to be thinking that way because of the future. They're going to have to. I'm wondering, how big of a herd do you have, gentlemen?
The number changed because 2 weeks ago we did send one into Henderson Meats, so so we're one short there, and he'll be coming back soon to our lunch program. But we currently have 5 cows that we will continue to breed so that we make sure that we have enough there, and then we have our pens set up for where we'll feed them out and provide them the rations. So currently we have 3 in those pens. 5 of those cows, 4 of them have a calf at the side right now. So. And like was mentioned, you know, and I do have the photos if you want to, but we did do some ultrasounds a couple weeks ago, and we have 1 more calf on the way. The others we're still working to find out if they're bred or not. But our hope is, Lisa in the lunchroom, she really needs about 3 beef a year to fulfill those needs. And so we're on track to keep that up to date, and we might have a little bit of buffer if, you know, something doesn't work out, because, you know, as you learn in the industry, you don't count your chickens till they hatch. So we got to make sure that we can cover those types of things. So.
And then I wanted to ask of the students, have you started thinking about and planning where you're going to go to school and how you might use this experience?
Yeah.
After high school, of course.
Yeah. Knowing what we do know from our experiences on our actual farms is great, but this is a little bit more hands-on because it's less equipment and more you get to personally feed them with your hands. You get to you get an ultrasound with them, you get to do all these things. So it kind of teaches you what you really want to learn in college. So it helps you narrow down your choices when you do choose a college like UNL, or Northeast is a good one too. But, you know, choosing those specific options, I think that's what it really helps with.
Experiencing these opportunities make me realize that I really do want to come back to the beef industry and continue to learn about it in college and in the future.
Thank you very much.
Do you find that any of the students become attached to the animals?
Would you like to talk about it?
So, you know, and obviously these two young men grew up with cattle out their front doors and so forth. But we did have a young lady, and I'll just share this, that moved into our district a year ago. So she's a junior now. She was a sophomore last year, that came from Waverly and didn't quite, you know, have those experiences, but jumped at the chance to be in animal lab. And yes, she became very attached to some of those animals. She actually had the opportunity to show 2 of the steers at the county fair this last summer in Aurora in late July. And then, you know, unfortunately, the one that we took in 2 weeks ago was one that she showed, but she volunteered to get up early with me. We loaded him on the trailer, got him over to Henderson, and she was very kind of quiet on the way back, but you could tell that she'd spent a lot of time with those animals. She was one that spent a lot of time this summer helping with chores, because obviously we don't have the class meeting in the summer, but yeah, she understood the industry. She understand, you know, what it's for and so forth, but you could just tell the time and energy she spent with that, you know, kind of touched her a little bit, but she handled it well, and she's ready for the other one. Well, I don't know if she's ready, but November 2nd is when the next one goes in, and she said she'd like to go along then as well, so.
And I also add that we don't tell the elementary students on the day it happens.
Yeah, you're eating one of the, yeah. And you don't have anybody carrying a chicken around on the shoulder, so you're good.
Well, I just wanted to thank you. 2 years ago, I went to a career and technical education meeting in Kearney, and I was told that we were the only state not to fund career and technical education from the state. And so helping write a bill to get that passed this year in the legislature is only going to help you, and I'm pretty sure you're going to get $15,000 over the next 2 years to help hawk herd. But for me, this is the direction education needs to go. Career and technical education is huge. We are a agricultural state, and we are a manufacturing state, and we need to take advantage of that. And the more of this that we do, the better it is for the kids in the state of Nebraska, and it will also help keep our kids in Nebraska, and especially in the 3rd District here, where we want to keep our kids in Hampton, Aurora, and Giltner, and High Plains in this county. So thank you for what you're doing. You're doing a wonderful job.
Just a real quick question. This is like a model that could, you know, go to other schools. Have other rural schools contacted you and asked you how you got this started and how you sustain it? Because it would be nice if that would happen.
I've talked with other schools, you know, and, you know, through the ag teachers, we have our summer conference that Kirk actually mentioned. You know, most of us were there, and we visit about things. And different schools, different ag programs do have some animal labs or on-site learning experiences. But as far as the next step, as far as the students actually raising their own and, you know, the whole farm to their own fork type of thing, you know, it comes with, you know, there's a lot of questions that I have been asked, you know, how do you make this work and that type of stuff. And we've shared a lot of that. And obviously the Beef Summit that went to in 2017 answered some of those questions about how can you make sure the beef you raise or is donated is safe for your students, because obviously student safety is huge and so forth. So we, you know, there's a lot of guidelines you got to follow as far as that goes. But I think other ag programs and other schools are probably looking that direction. I don't know that we're the first, but I feel like we're kind of on the edge as far as getting some of those questions answered. And we probably made a few mistakes along the way, but I think we're headed in the right direction now. So.
Thank you very much, and keep growing that hawk herd. somebody grab it and read it, please? Agenda item 2.3, special resolution to recognize September as Attendance Awareness Month and commence Nebraska Everyday Counts campaign. Kirk, would you please read the resolution?
Resolution for Attendance Awareness Month, Nebraska Everyday Counts. Whereas the mission of the Nebraska Department of Education is to lead and support the preparation of all Nebraskans for learning, earning, and living. Whereas chronic absence, missing 10% of time in membership, including excused, unexcused, and out-of-school disciplinary incidences, is a leading indicator and cause of disproportionate educational opportunities. Thank you. Whereas rates of chronic absenteeism have dramatically increased since 2020 as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, whereas last year over 69,000 Nebraska students were chronically absent from school, whereas chronic absenteeism disproportionately affects students of colors, students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged students, and English learners, whereas a study of attendance and achievement data of Nebraska students illustrates negative academic effects for students after only 5 days of absence, whereas students who improve their attendance rates improve their academic prospects and chances for graduating, whereas the State Board of Education included chronic absenteeism reduction as part of their Nebraska Ready legislative and regulatory priorities, whereas the Nebraska Department of Education has included reduction in chronic absenteeism in AQuest, the state's accountability and support system, whereas some barriers to student attendance may include lack of access to healthcare resources, unreliable transportation, low student engagement, bullying, and mobility, whereas schools and communities can work together to better understand the root causes of poor attendance, and whereas chronic absence can be significantly reduced when parents, families, communities, and community partners work together to monitor and promote attendance and address barriers to regular school attendance. Now, therefore it resolved that the State Board of Education hereby proclaims that regular and consistent attendance matters to our state and students. Resolved that the State Board of Education believes that state policymakers and each school district must put a concerted effort to reduce chronic absenteeism. Resolved that the State Board of Education joins stakeholders around the country in recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month with the campaign Nebraska Everyday Counts. Resolved that the Nebraska Department of Education will provide informational resources to assist families, schools, and communities to reduce chronic absenteeism. And resolved that the State Board of Education encourages local boards of education to commit to and to establish goals and strategies to reduce chronic absenteeism in their districts.
Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
Yes. I move to adopt the resolution to recognize September as Attendance Awareness Month and commence the Nebraska Everyday Counts campaign.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that motion.
It has been moved and seconded to adopt the resolution to recognize September as Attendance Awareness Month and commence Nebraska Everyday Counts campaign. Is there any discussion on this motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky, Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Kojans,
Yes.
8 yes.
Yeas. The affirmative has it, and the resolution is adopted. Agenda item 2.3A, improving school attendance and participating Metropolitan Consortium, Educational Consortium, MOAC schools, an innovation grant-funded program. Shirley Vargas, staff member and executive director, Dr. Terry Hack, will have joined us at the front of the room for a presentation regarding improving school attendance in participating MOAC schools and innovation grant-funded program.
Good morning, Shirley Vargas, School Transformation Officer, and Administrator for School and District Support. I want to take just one moment to say a couple of things. First is thank you, board, for drawing attention to this very important issue that affects communities across our state and making it a board priority. The second is related to, we've provided some guidance on our webpage around how we can support our schools to address chronic absenteeism in a tiered approach. More often than not, it's, well, students are absent, this is it, end of story. But what we know is that our students need different things in order for them to be successful in school. So we want to make sure that we provide that information on our webpage. And the resolution, as you all see, is an example of a strategy that's universal. Everyone can see that, right? But it doesn't mean that students who might be experiencing school differently are going to always just be okay with the resolution and that will be it, right? We need to understand the different root causes. So I'm excited then to also see that with this partnership with MOAC and having Dr. Hawk here is around, well, how do we make this a reality? So a quick reminder, back in April, you all approved the Community Achievement Plan, which one section of it was the Superintendent's Attendance Plan. So in partnership with MOAC, what that really wanted to focus on was, well, how do we reduce chronic absenteeism in our member districts? And I'm super excited to turn it over to Dr. Hawk, who will take you through his presentation and provide more information. Thank you.
Dr. Vargas, thank you very much. And thank you for having me here and also for putting me on the agenda following the Hawk Herd. I am not affiliated with the Hawk Herd, although I very much appreciate the CTE and everything that goes along with that. It was a great performance, great presentation. MOAC and some of the things that go along with that. The primary goal of this presentation is to talk about the grant that was awarded the Metro Omaha Education Consortium and the 11 school districts within that. We'll define MOAC, define chronic absenteeism, give you a little bit of local data, and then tell you about the grant itself. So as we look at the history of MOAC, we see it was founded in 1988. 5 school districts along with the University of Nebraska at Omaha. In 2004, it grew in large part, because of One City, One School and the learning community. Therefore, it added all of the school districts in Douglas and Sarpy County. That's 11 school districts, in addition to our partner across the river, Council Bluffs. Also has the ESUs. It has both community colleges, Iowa Western and Metro Community College, as well as UNO. In 2016, there was a change in legislation, and that moved away from a common levy and created a community achievement plan, or the collective impact plan. As you can see, there are the schools that are a part and the membership within. It is important to know that the vision, exceptional education, provides multiple pathways, and most importantly, a meaningful career and a high quality of life. It's one thing to move forward with a career or a job, but it's to do so in a great environment and a great city or community or rural area. As you can see, MOAC has 4 goals, and that really is a PK20 focus as you start with number 1, kindergarten and primary grades and students ready to enter school. And it ends with post-secondary experiences that prepare them for a career. I've mentioned the membership, but I also need to talk about the numbers. You're looking at approximately 140,000 students in these 11 school districts, in addition to the 12 Council Bluffs. But those are the numbers within. And this represents approximately 40% of the students in the state of Nebraska, 40% of the public school students. We talk about attendance, and in particular, chronic absenteeism. It is defined as missing 10% or more of a school year. It is not dependent upon why the student missed school. It is simply missing school. And there are some legal and statute as to truancy, unexcused, excused, but we're actually talking about when a student misses school, they miss the experience of the education within that school. What we know, if we provide a rich and engaging environment, students tend to come to school. It suffers when it's transportation, when there are health issues, when it's inadequate health care, caregivers. There are a multitude of reasons. And the last thing that says they're under what we know. It's not a correct statement to think that those that are not coming to school don't care about school. There are many and multiple barriers for those students not attending school. So if we can work with communities, organizations, providing the services needed, students will come to school. We also know on the effects of absenteeism, particularly the one in the middle there, poor attendance, receiving a poor grade, whether that be behavior, math, English, does identify, research says, 60% of the students who fail to graduate. So attendance is important when we're looking at that ultimate goal of providing the students an education and providing them a high school diploma moving forward. As mentioned by Dr. Vargas, there is in statute a requirement of the learning community superintendents to develop a attendance plan. And this is part of the community achievement plan as well. As you can see, that was developed in 2011, and we just recently approved the new attendance plan that goes along with that. It does have 4 parts. Part 1 is really the gist of the plan, and that is following the MTSS model, the tiered level of education. And as we look at Tier 1, those are very common things that go along with helping attendance. Having a teacher outside the classroom, welcoming students in, welcoming families to education, making sure that when we communicate, we don't always communicate the negative, but we also communicate the positive that goes along with attending school. Tier 2 is trying to address those behaviors both inside and outside of school. And then Tier 3 is a little more intensive for various reasons, but the obvious reason is that a student is missing in that chronic or missing 10% or more. And unfortunately, at times, that does involve the legal system, moving forward. We are attempting to try to keep students in their Tier 1, Tier 2, and avoid any type of legal ramifications with attendance at school. The goal of this grant is to have volunteers and do it not on a district level, but a school level, and help teams within those schools work on a plan to address absenteeism or chronic absenteeism. As you can see, we're looking at 40 schools, and in communication with Dr. Vargas, we've modified the plan from what it was at the early summer to extend it from a 3-year to a 2-year. In doing so, we have to do 2 cohorts at one time. So we will be working with approximately 25 elementaries and 15 middle schools over a 2-year period, and I'll show you why we have that different in ratio. As you can see, and as was said in the resolution that was read, since the pandemic, we have almost doubled chronic absenteeism. That's in a 3-year period. So as we look in 2018-19, before the world flipped upside down, we were looking still at about 13% chronic absenteeism. But as you can see in the numbers, just look at middle school, 29 schools And this is 29, as you look at the notes, 29 that reported. So we cannot add the numbers of 2% or less, but as we look at just elementary, 90 schools, we have roughly 165 elementaries, 155 that are in the metro area, and only 90 of those had something 2% or above. That was a number that could be recorded. When you look at 2021 and 22, 165 out of 172 reported. That means you jumped over 60 schools that could report chronic absenteeism of 2% or above. And you can look at the other numbers. You're looking at 8,000 students as opposed to almost 3,000 students. But there is a trend, and it's only a one-year trend. But you're looking at chronic absenteeism starting to lessen or dissipate since we have moved back into what I would call a normal or regular setting. The grant itself, as I said, 2 cohorts. We're trying to divide it, 1 middle school and 1 elementary. It will start with some work in September. This will be a team leader getting together. Then in October, we have the whole team, and at that point in time, we're going to have a national expert from Attendance Works helping with develop plans. In November and December, we're going to do remote and have that coach, again, national from Attendance Works, work with those teams. Then in January, the teams meet back as a whole group again. Attendance Works will be there, talking about developing plans that incorporate outside organizations or outside agencies to help those schools. Then March, individual team, and then in April, we're going to finalize the plans. And then we move forward. Once we get this information and work done this year, we'll reevaluate over the summer, and then we have more work to do in year 2. What do the cohorts receive? They'll receive up to $2,000 based on school size, using to create incentives in that Tier 2 and Tier 3 area. The incentives are up to the school themselves. Also, there's a mini grant up to $1,000 for up to 2 years, strategies to improve attendance, and then another $1,000 mini grant for professional development. Now the latter could easily be stipends for teachers to work in the summer, or administrators, or to pay substitute teachers. And what do they receive, or what does schools that choose to apply must agree to? The 2 to 3 person team, to meet 4 to 6 times a year, to track and share data. Most of that is tracked and shared by the department already. And to develop plans and work and meet together. Why is it important for an elementary team from Omaha Public Schools to meet with an elementary team from Millard or Papillion or Bellevue? Is because not everybody works within a silo. It's never good to work within that silo, and no reference to the farming community in that regard. So because I do want to have a patch for the Hark herd later on. So, but as we work together, not everybody has all the ideas packaged. And if we did, we'd be a star school in that regard. So partnering with outside agencies, partnering with other schools is going to help in that collaboration and collegiality to improve attendance. You must have a district that or a school, that has 10% or more chronic absenteeism. As you can see, the 7 MOAC districts that do have a school in that area, there are 84 out of those 175 elementaries. And 8 MOAC districts, 25 out of the 39 middle schools that are eligible. There will be evaluation that goes along with this, and that evaluation will ultimately end up with the learning community and the Department of Ed. Are there any questions that you have related to the grant that has been awarded to the MOAC school districts to work on chronic absenteeism?
A couple of questions. Who wrote the grant? Was that your MOAC that wrote it and submitted it?
MOAC did.
Okay.
Dr. Bruckner, prior to, did a majority of the work.
Okay.
And then we have massaged it since then.
Well, kudos. And I mean, I love it. I love that the money's funneling down to the individual schools and school districts, which, I mean, as you said earlier, I mean, the reasons kids are absent, you know, there are many reasons as there are students, you know, it isn't just one, you know, reason that we, you know, can solve. In my previous life running as a nonprofit executive, we were implementing programs in quite a few school districts that focused on chronic absenteeism. And I worked, it seemed like Goals Center was a partner in that, which was under your umbrella of MOAC. Is that still a partner in this, or how does that work?
Absolutely. The Goals Center has taken on a new form. And with the revision of the superintendent's attendance plan, the majority of that has gone back to the school districts as opposed to the Goals Center. Goals Center did a tremendous job, but did not have the capacity to reach the numbers that we're looking at.
First of all, welcome, Dr. Hawk. Thanks for being here. Full disclosure to this team, Dr. Hawk and I worked together in the Elkhorn Public Schools for 2 years. He was my supervisor.
It was a joint effort, let me tell you that. So.
I would just tell you how pleased I am to see MOAC working on that, talking about a significant number of Nebraska students that you happen to have the opportunity to impact here. And if there's one thing we could change, I think statewide, it would be the chronic absenteeism, and as a large, large issue. So we appreciate you taking this on.
Commissioner Maher, thank you. And as I talk to the membership within MOAC, student achievement, education, workforce, attendance seems to rise to the top of those things that we're looking at to address moving forward. And I think that's true if I was to talk to any school district in the state of Nebraska.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Hawk. Thank you, Dr. Vargas.
Thank you.
So agenda item 2.4, we have a special presentation. This is the annual presentation from the Nebraska Council on Teacher Education, NCTE. Welcome, Dr. Skretta.
Great. Thank you very much for your time, and good morning, board members. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Sarah Skretta. She is the NCTE, or Nebraska Council on Teacher Education president at the moment. NCTE is an advisory body to the Board of Education, so NCTE is a direct advisory to you. And as part of revisions or continuous efforts of a continuous improvement, the board did adopt a revised copy of the organizational policies. And as a part of those organizational policies, this annual report was included in that revision. So that's the kind of the impetus of this report right now that Dr. Skretta is going to provide.
Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. It's great because we're on our way to Colorado for the football game, so this was on the way, so it worked out well this morning. I am really honored to be here representing the Nebraska Council on Teacher Education, and I want to make sure that we're really clear because NCTE is an acronym, and we all know acronyms in education. It can often be confused with other organizations. So you're going to hear us say that ad nauseum today just so that it resonates with all of us. So today I just want to take a few minutes to review what actually NCTE is, who its membership is, and what our objectives are For some of you, this will be review. For some of you, this may be some new information. So as Brad said, we are an official advisory body to the state board, and we work primarily with recommendations on rule approval and adoption. Our membership is composed of 3 different areas: governance, teachers, and educator preparation. So governance, I just want to make sure you know who is actually part of that governance. And this is a really unique organization, both nationally and within the state, and it's really, really valuable for a number of reasons. But governance includes representation from the Nebraska Community College Association, the Nebraska Association of School Boards, the Nebraska Council on American Private Education, the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, and the Nebraska Department of Education. Our teachers are represented by the Nebraska State Education Association, and the third group, educator preparation programs, also each have a representative. So I'd like to introduce the NCTE Executive Committee for this year. In addition to myself, you can see the president-elect is Susan Stake, and she represents teachers. One of the priorities of this group is to make sure that the president and the president-elect always represent different entities, so that we have that spread out. And then we, of course, have our NDE government members on there, and they are the 2 folks that have been able to provide some stability when we have that leadership transition. So our objective, and we've said this again multiple times, is to be an advisory board to you in a number of areas, but primarily with rules. And the 3 rules that we typically work with include Rule 20, which is the regulations for teacher education approval, admittance, retention into those programs that provide certificates for all of our educators. Rule 21, that is actually the certification rule for all those permits, and I know you've had a lot of discussion about some of those. And then Rule 24, which is the regulation that involves actual certification endorsements. So just so you're familiar with how we operate, we do have full council meetings 3 times a year, and those meetings are conducted under the Nebraska Open Meetings Act. The executive committee does meet in addition 3 more times so that we can make sure that we are efficient and effective in our meetings. Our information is available on the NDE website. You're very familiar with some of the processes, but we wanted to make sure that you can graphically see how NCTE plugs into specifically the Rule 24 endorsement process. So when there is a Rule 24 endorsement that needs some adjustment, the NDE provides an ad hoc committee across the state. They do their work and make their recommendations. That comes to the full Nebraska Council on Teacher Education. It goes through first and second hearings. Our meetings are full council. We divide into committees and then come back for a full council vote. And if that vote is in favor of moving things forward, it moves back to NDE, and then those public hearings are conducted and the rest of the process occurs. If there are things that need revision or need to be revisited, those endorsements are referred back to the ad hoc committee for additional work before they come back through. One of the valuable things about the Nebraska Council on Teacher Education being involved in this process is you get the perspectives from practitioners in every area. That's why this is so valuable, because by the time some of these endorsements get to a public hearing, they've been vetted through ad hoc committee work as well as then a number of perspectives through the Council on Teacher Education. So we have 3 areas that we work, and again, endorsements. I'd like to have a list of all the endorsements that we've been able to complete this year, but it's an ongoing process, and sometimes you have to wait till a rule gets signed before you can move forward with the next. So it's sort of a hurry up and wait on occasion. But our goal is to make sure that when we do endorsement work, that the endorsements we're working on are aligned with the content standards already in place, as well as being consistent across in terms of technical wording across each endorsement. Obviously, as I've referenced, the stakeholder perspectives are really important from the classroom all the way up to the management of a district in how those endorsements can be applied. And then we are driven by the balance of outstanding and excellent and high quality preparation of our educators and that outstanding high quality delivery to our students with the reality of some of our workforce shortage challenges. And so we have some very lively discussions on some of that sometimes. We also talk about rule revisions and make recommendations to you as those things arise. One of our primary and points of emphasis is our ongoing membership development. Because of the importance of this committee, we really take this seriously. So our first meeting in October, and every October, we have new member orientation. It's important for our new members to understand the importance of attending those meetings, being prepared with the input from those that they represent to be there at those meetings so that we can actually move forward with the work. Sometimes new members on any group don't know some of those things, so we think it's important we walk them through. We also think, however, that the more prepared and functional people are when they come, the better we are as a group. So we do ongoing member education when we're doing things such as outreach, making sure people understand if they can't be there, there's an alternate that they need to have prepared so that their representative organizations have a say. This is not new, but it is sort of a new thing in the last couple of years as we work through endorsement or other issues at the Nebraska Council on Teacher Education. We are now looking at it through the perspective of what effect or will there be an effect on the educator workforce shortage. So again, it's that balance of we want to make sure we're part of the solution and removing unnecessary barriers, at the same time maintaining the integrity of a licensed profession, and our students deserve nothing less. So the upcoming year, in addition to endorsement work that will hopefully continue soon, we do see ourselves having some opportunities, and that is to continue and improve and expand the communication between practitioner groups, the Nebraska Department of Education, and the State Board of Education. It is vitally important that we are all communicating with each other so that the work that gets done is going to benefit our students, which is ultimately why we're all doing this. We also want to emphasize that continued collective input from everyone, and that means making sure that our membership is going back to their organizations and their representatives and passing the information back and information from NCTE, as well as bringing those perspectives to our work when we have those meetings. And then we will continue to address policy issues as those come our way. On behalf of the Nebraska Council on Teacher Education, I do want to thank you, the State Board, for allowing this group to continue because of its extreme value to moving education forward and allowing us to provide that input and recommendations for quality education. We enjoy and look forward to continuing the collaboration to help remove barriers through our work so that, again, we can maintain that high quality of education. And we want to thank you for your dedication to what you're doing. It's, for your salary, you're doing a lot of work, and we really, really appreciate that. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to have been here, and if you have any questions, we can certainly answer those.
I do have just a quick one, Dr. Skreda.
Sure.
I'm wondering, in regards to the teacher makeup of the NCTE Advisory Board, have you considered having representatives from other teacher organizations such as the Association of American Educators, which is a growing organization in Nebraska?
And our bylaws, I think at this point it's the Nebraska State Education Association. I'm not sure we're only limited to that group, so that would certainly be something that we can consider, absolutely.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
I had kind of a couple of questions as we've gone through the presentation, and so if it seems like it's kind of random, it probably is. So the first is we have recently restructured our committees internally as a board, and so one of our committees now, we have a policy committee that looks at a rules and regs committee that looks at our rules and regs. And in that we're looking to change, or we have started to change when the board looks at rules before they are published. Okay. And so one of the things I noticed on the slide deck was that there was a publishing before it came to the board in that particular process. And so just kind of in keeping with the way that we are changing things, I think it would be helpful for us to have a conversation about that process and where we would like to be involved before something's published without us having seen it, just from some history you may have known on the board.
So just before you go further, and I'll defer to Brad if you have something else or any of the other NDA staff, NCTE does not have the power to publish anything. So I just want to make sure we are a group that vets some of those things, but we are not moving anything anywhere without the Nebraska Department of Ed or the State Board of Education approval. So I just think that's important to note.
So I understand that, and part of this is, I think, an educational opportunity. We have few opportunities to interact with you guys, and so I'm kind of letting you know we are changing that process, and so that slide I don't think is necessarily reflective of what we're hoping for as a process, and so that might be something to revisit. I think there was another slide that talked about the places in which the committee the committee gives advice and which rules. We had a pretty robust discussion yesterday, for instance, about high ability learners. And I think that, while I am very happy with our NDE staff and I think fully capable, I think there are places where we may want more feedback. And so if we did, how receptive would you guys be, or what would need to change to accomplish that?
I think the Nebraska Council on Teacher Education is available to provide any kind of input, recommendations, or whatever information you might need, and the amount of expertise that's on that committee would hopefully provide what you're looking for. We would definitely be open to having those discussions, providing whatever information you might need, and I think the best way, and you're going to have to correct me, would be to identify what maybe those issues are, and then let Brad know, and then what we do is we just add that to the agenda. So absolutely, we would enjoy additional engagement with whatever you're working on.
And then the last thing is from a conversation I believe we had at our last board meeting, and it may have been 2 board meetings again, but I think it was the last board meeting. We received a list of people to approve for the committee, and there was not really a vetting type of or really information that we receive about those particular persons other than their name that comes to us on a list, and it would be and then become our responsibility ahead of the meeting, ahead of agenda, to try to research and find how these people got to us, who they are. I don't really feel comfortable voting on people I don't know really anything other than their names, and so if it's our committee, I tend to personally, I'm not speaking for the board, believe we need a little bit more insight or collaboration in that process. And so I'm not sure where you guys, if you know where you get your directives from on what the process is on how or who gets to a point and when it gets to us, but if you could elaborate on that, I think it would be helpful for me to understand, or maybe we need to look at making some changes.
You bet. We had Brad step in whenever you need to, but we have an organizational policy document that guides membership and is very specific on the number of members that are selected by which groups. We don't weigh into how those groups select their members. So they have their processes and they submit those names to us. Educator preparation programs each get 1 representative, and again, we don't dictate to those educator preparation programs who they put forth as their representative, and so I don't know if that's answering your question.
I do think it's important to acknowledge that there is a need from the board, or at least from some members of the board, in regards to additional information for the nominated members that are being put forth to you. We can definitely look at the process and gain and gather additional information for you, so to help you make an informed decision, so we can revise the internal processes in that regard.
So I guess Madam Chair, just one more question. If this is a committee that the board created at some point, or it's a committee that reports back to the board, why isn't the board selecting the members? Why is the duty to decide the members within that organization rather than with the board?
That would be in the organizational policies as the process the board has approved to go that direction. If the board so chooses to change that process, it would be just a revision to the organizational policies to decide how you want members selected and what process that you want to go through. So that would be just a revision to the organizational policies, which would be within the power of the board.
And when do we, as a board, when are we presented with the organizational policies to review? Do we get that annually? How often does that come back to us?
I would have to refer and I guess look into the process in regards to when and how that's revised. I know a lot of internal revisions historically have started with NCT specifically, but we can look at the process of revision of those organizational policies and dig into that a little bit, but I don't have a great answer at this point in time.
Okay. Thank you, guys. No. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other questions? Dr. Skreda, thank you for the important work that NCTE does. We appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brad. Our next agenda item is our presentation from the Nebraska Teacher of the Year, Renee Jones. Renee, if you would come to the front. This is Renee's quarterly report as the Teacher of the Year.
All right, I'll try again. There we go. Good morning. Thank you. All right, let me get organized here. All right, so this is my third time here already, which seems kind of wild, but I've been quite busy. So I was here in early April, and so I've been doing all kinds of things. There we go. I had quite a busy summer, but before then, right after we met, I had the opportunity to go to Washington, D.C., and while I was there, the Teachers of the Year got recognized at a White House ceremony in the Rose Garden, and we got to go to Capitol Hill, and we got to just meet with a variety of people. I got to talk with staffers from Senator Ricketts' office and Congressman Flood, and that was a really awesome opportunity to just kind of talk with a variety of different people and just kind of give them my perspective from an educator who's inside the classroom. And so that was really, really fun. I started my summer with attending a conference in Las Vegas, the Innovative School Summit Conference, and that was really focused on behaviors, and I was selected to present at that conference as well as I got to attend, but I presented on just really tangible connection strategies and what that looks like in my classroom and different ways that I think other educators could utilize that. I then got to go to the National Network of State Teachers conference, and that was in Kentucky, and I got to meet a lot of other State Teachers of the Year from previous years primarily. But one of my favorite connections that I got to make was Barbara Hopkins, and Miss Hopkins was a Nebraska State Teacher of the Year several years ago, and she's really become a strong mentor for me, and it's been one of the most valuable relationships that I've got to have. So that was really cool. Then, of course, I was in NDE Day in Kearney, and then I got to go to Space Camp in Huntsville, Alabama, where I did a lot of physical things that were very uncomfortable for me because I just generally, I just am like usually the person that like sits and does the paperwork thing and not like gets in the crazy no gravity spin in circles or pretend like you're, doing a helicopter simulated rescue. But I went out of my comfort zone and it was really fun. So that's what I got to do this summer. Since getting back from all of those travels in July, I've really tried to focus on building intentional relationships with a variety of colleges to support support pre-service teachers, because there are a few colleges that I feel like they they just reach out to the state teachers of the year, and so they just kind of have them consistently go and speak with them. But there were some gaps in some folks that I didn't think that they knew that was a resource. And so I just sent out an email to a variety of colleges and just kind of started conversations. And so far this year, since returning back to school, I've gotten to go to Creighton University and meet with their aspiring educator chapter. And I got to talk with them at their first meeting of the year, and it was really cool to see both people who've already selected education as a major, but there was a handful of people who hadn't chosen education as a major, but was kind of like wondering if that was something. They were kind of grappling with it. But as I was talking to the folks at Creighton, the students at Creighton, they were really struggling with membership. And they said they had a really active chapter before COVID, and then COVID came, those kids graduated. And so like it seemingly like the legacy just kind of fizzled out. And so thinking about that, because aspiring, it's like Ed Rising is the high school kind of chapter, and it goes into aspiring educators, and then of course they graduate and they become new teachers. And so thinking about how do we grow those programs and really support folks even before they're physically in the classroom, so that they feel good about what they're doing. And so I am working with a variety of different education programs, and in the next few weeks I'm headed to Peru. I get to go there twice, and then Concordia, and then I'm talking with UNK and Wayne to try to figure out some dates that I can go. And I have built a classroom connection workshop that I can present and do some hands-on stuff with their pre-service teachers that I'm pretty excited about. There we go. Other than that, I've been doing a little bit of everything. And one of the coolest things that has happened to me so far in this journey is on a Saturday morning, I was drinking my coffee, just reading my book, on my couch, and this email pops up, and it's like, "You are cordially invited to the White House in 6 days." And I was like, I have to read this again. But the First Lady had invited the state teachers of the year to come to the White House, and it was my honor to be able to put that together and go to that event. And I was able to bring my son and my mom with me and just celebrate educators across the country and talk about what are we excited about. And the First Lady has also mailed us back to school signs that you see like traditionally, and each of the state teachers of the year are taking a back to school photo, and those will be put on social media, the White House social media and things. So those are pretty cool. I told my students we're taking my back to school picture at our first home football game tonight on Beechner Field at Lincoln High. And so they're pretty excited. They're like, "The president's totally going to look at this." And I was like, "You're absolutely right." And so they're pretty stoked. And it's really cool to just give those opportunities and have conversations with kids to like dream big and to see those. So that's pretty cool. The most recent thing that's happened is I was selected to be a part of the 2024 NEA Global Fellowship. And so I'll have the opportunity this summer to kind of continue my professional development and go to Costa Rica for several weeks and support learning on a global level. So I'm very excited about that. But during my last few months, I'm really just working to support pre-service teachers, and also starting to have conversations of how do we support the mentors that support our pre-service teachers, because as a mentor myself, for new teachers in my building, I was like, what am I supposed to be talking to these folks about? What are the things that are really effective for me to maximize our time? And how do we get folks to do that for little to no pay? To make sure that they feel like this is something worth their time, because it certainly is. And we want to make sure that all teachers feel supported. And so I'm excited to continue those conversations and to go talk to pre-service teachers. It's really fun to see how excited they are to get into the classroom and to just have a conversation with a teacher. It's pretty cool, and it really helps brighten how I look at the classroom again, and it's kind of like really helped me feel alive and just try different things because I learn so much from them, and yeah, it's just very, very cool. And that's it.
Questions for Renee?
So I have never heard, well, first of all, thank you for coming.
Yeah.
And I have never heard of the NEA Global Fellowship, so I wondered, I'm guessing that maybe you applied to it, and so you have some idea of what you would be doing. Would you just expand a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I did apply back in April, I think, and generally it's my understanding that for the most part, one teacher is selected per state, but that's not always the case. So this year for 2024 cohort, there's 48 teachers selected from across the country. And we will meet monthly on Zoom. We'll meet in Washington, D.C. in October, where we'll kind of learn the ins and outs. But really, in our monthly Zooms, we're just talking about global teaching and how we can reach all students and just kind of support them the best way. That's my understanding. And then this summer we'll have, it's like a 10 to 12 day experience. And every year the cohort goes to a different place across the world. So this last summer they went to South Africa. And so then this coming summer we'll be going to Costa Rica, where it's my understanding that we'll visit a variety of different schools and just kind of see how people do school differently through different parts of the world. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Renee.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you for representing Nebraska so well. I'm really excited about your work with prospective teachers because we know that with workforce shortages, one thing that we need to be doing is encouraging people to go into such an exciting, worthwhile profession. So thank you. The board will now recess for 5 minutes. Back from recess. The next agenda item of business is the Commissioner's report. Commissioner Maher, please provide your report.
Thank you, President Goebbels. First of all, I would tell you that there are no items that have been identified to be removed from the consent agenda. If any of the board members do wish to remove items from the agenda, please fill out the form at this time. Any items removed from the consent agenda will be taken up under additional business. Well, thank you for the opportunity to give a report today. I want to start with some thank yous. First of all, thank you to the students from Lexington and their sponsor, Erica Brockmuller, to Superintendent Herzberg and the folks from Hampton, not only for being here today, but for hosting us with tremendous hospitality, but not just being kind to us, but being incredibly informative to us on a visit to their school yesterday, and to Superintendent Phillips, who I think is in the room here yet, for the hospitality and the good chunk of Wednesday that you gave to a number of us, not only to highlight the tremendous things that are going on in the Aurora schools, but also to have an opportunity to address your entire staff, as well as meeting with your administrative team. So thank you for that. It is days like these that give us the needed reminder of why we're doing what we're doing. So it's great to be in your schools, great to see teachers, great to see students. The first days of school. First of all, I would tell you that I've loved hearing from my colleagues in the field about the energy, the positivity, and the optimism surrounding the first weeks of school. And of course, the real goal is to sustain that as we move forward on the year. As I've mentioned before, I love the first day of school pictures I've seen, and am happy to hear our year collectively is off to a great start. In terms of meetings with stakeholders, I've spent a whole lot of time on the road since we've last met in August. I've met with several state senators, with other policymakers. I've met with the governor. I've met with administrators around the state. I've had an opportunity to be to some ESUs, and we'll continue that journey in the next month. I've met with community members, and I've met with education advocates. It's been a joy in most cases to reconnect with these stakeholders, but also I'm looking forward as we forge the path ahead in continuing to develop those relationships. From a newsworthy standpoint, at least from my perspective, newsworthy standpoint, the Nebraska Department of Education shared a lot of good news in August, including the Seals of Biliteracy, a kickoff of our high-quality instructional materials support grant, a $1 million school nutrition grant, and FBLA National Award winners. Also, I've continued to deepen my relationships with NDE staff and built a better understanding of the complexity of the agency that is the Nebraska Department of Education. This has been especially critical as we've approached the complicated task of understanding our workplace, the environment, the settings, and the culture that we are establishing. Our communications team hosted 2 meet and greet opportunities for the Department of Education staff, but I think really it was for me. I have had an opportunity to meet the majority of folks who do work at the Department of Education. In addition to that, I've had several focus groups. I'm meeting with a number of folks within the department to talk about our work environment, our culture, and establishing some norms as we move into the new calendar year. But we're taking some time to listen and learn. Those are ongoing. In terms of trainings and professional development, one of the core functions of the Department of Education is providing a plethora of professional development opportunities, especially at the beginning of the year. These are critical. NDE supported professional development and technical assistance in school safety and standard response to protocol trainings, trainings for school nurses, future ready and digital learning, and for teacher educators. Our first meetings and orientations for myself as a commissioner of the Department of Education, this wasn't obvious to me before I took the position, but there are a lot of statutory responsibilities that come with those other duties as assigned. And over the last month, I've spent a lot of time digging into these orientations and first meetings. A few on the list include INSERS, the State College Board, Nebraska Education Telecommunications Commission, and the 3-branch meeting. Each one of those is important, and each one of those takes up quite a bit of time. So that's been a learning experience for me. My next item is the transformative actions from our legislature. This last session has touched, I suspect, every part of the agency, every team that we have within the department. We've been hard at work considering rule changes, gaining initial feedback from the field, communicating the most urgent changes, and considering next steps with many of the new initiatives. Another thing that the Department of Education does, in my opinion, incredibly well is partner with others. I saw this exhibited this month in technical assistance sessions with Mentor Nebraska, assisting the Department of Energy and the environment with lead abatement strategies and outreach, and our conversations with the non-public schools. I was also happy to partner with Governor Pillen just last week to share a key message with superintendents across the state and to be able to clarify NDE's advice on taxing authority. September is shaping up to be a similarly busy month for all of us at the department. I start this next week with I'll be in Chadron for a state college board meeting, and I look forward to meeting with colleagues to discuss important pre-K to 16 connections. Also, I'll continue meeting with state senators and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. I've got several meetings scheduled for September and early October. One other thing that will happen here in just over a week will be the first meeting of the Superintendent's Advisory Council, a group that I'm not starting, but a group that needs new life breathed back into it. They haven't met in quite some time. That'll be 32 people from across the state, folks who are largely in the superintendent's position, but also some from the ESU executive director's position. We will be meeting in North Platte, and this is a crucial piece to several different of the expectations that you've laid out for me. First of all, with the building relationships piece, but also to get key feedback and have conversations on the assessment and accountability process, and also part of the communications plan that's been laid out for me. So that'll be a great opportunity to work in 3 of those areas of expectations. I've also been honored to have been invited to Archbishop Lucas's dinner in Omaha coming up later in September. I forget exactly when, but it'll be a celebration of Catholic schools in that particular archdiocese. I look forward to be able to have the opportunity to get connected there. Speaking of getting connected, there is a Get Connected conference. There will be hundreds of folks that will converge in Omaha for the annual after-school conference hosted by the Department of Education and also jointly hosted by Beyond School Bells. I'm excited to take part in that event and actually provide a welcome to participants. Also coming up within the next month, I'll be truly honored to join Jennifer Baumgarten and the Omaha Symphony to welcome the world-famous pianist Emanuel Axe at the Holland Center. That'll be on September 20th. You are all invited to be a part of that if you can make that. I'm excited to be there. I know we'll have department representation there, and we'll be able to really endorse what we believe to be a critical piece of education, and that is the importance of the fine and performing arts in what we do. Coming up in September yet is also several staff members and I will be taking part in the annual Nebraska Association of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, NASIA. Their annual retreat will be in Nebraska City at the end of the month. I will present and I will learn a great deal at that event. Again, when I think of the expectations that you put out for me, this will hit deeply in the area of getting a handle on assessment and accountability, getting a handle on what we do, but also getting a handle on what does the future look like, building the relationship with a segment of our profession that the department certainly touches, but I don't always have that hands-on piece with. I'll be there with curriculum directors from across the state. I look forward to that. And then again, as part of the communication plan, this will be a critical piece of that communications plan. I've got a number of other things here listed. I think I've talked long enough. There's a lot of stuff going on, and I'll be at a lot of places. The department will be well represented, if not by me, by other members of the department at many things coming up from professional development to the FCCLA conference to a number of other things. I'll stop there because I'll forget something, but a number of other things that are coming up where we will be there to celebrate teachers, to celebrate students, and also to listen and to learn. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Maher. The next agenda item is the President's report.
Madam President, are we able to ask the commissioner questions about his report?
Sure.
Okay. May I ask one? Commissioner Maher, I was listening to your report, and we had a conversation in our executive committee yesterday, and one of the questions came up, and as you mentioned it today, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, so if you don't have an answer, you can answer later, or we can talk about it, but one of the goals that you had was evaluate the existing communication strategies involving the board within NDE and within the public. And so as we were kind of going over some of this yesterday, the question came up about how will we evaluate or look at what the communication within NDE looks like, because we don't really see that every day, and we're I don't want to say on the outside, but we don't really know the inner workings. And so just wondering kind of if you had any ideas, so as we're listening to your reports and as we're listening to what's going on, how you see us really examining that, or getting that feedback from you on that particular goal.
Yeah, I'll begin to answer your question, and you can help move me if I haven't got to where it is. But I think your question is a question that I even had for our staff. How do we navigate this issue? And the first thing that we decided to do was to get a handle on how do we communicate currently? What do we do right now? Because certainly being new, I'm not familiar with all of the ways, even yet after a couple of months, that we communicate internally. And so we're trying to put an inventory together of how we do and handle that communication piece. The next piece from there will be what are we doing well that we have to maintain, and how should we alter that going forward. That's about the extent to where I've got in terms of formalizing that expectation at this point.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, the next agenda item is the President's report. I have to kind of give a little bit of a disclaimer before I start my report, because I started working on my report before I saw the agenda for the meeting, and my report is related to chronic absenteeism. So some of the things that you're going to hear are probably a little bit of a repeat from both the resolution, also from Dr. Vargas's comments. I'll try not to repeat too many of the things that were previously mentioned, but then again, perhaps repetition really makes the point. So I will start with my report. As you heard, chronic absenteeism is defined as when a student misses at least 10% of school days in a year. We have research that shows that there are some groups of students who are disproportionately represented with chronic absenteeism. Those groups being students living in poverty, students with disabilities, and students of color. Native American students have the highest chronic absences rates across the country. You heard reference to when Dr. Hawk was talking about that there is chronic absenteeism in elementary school, in middle school, and in the upper grades. If you really looked at those percentages, what I saw when I went through the research is there's a trend line. There is chronic absenteeism. The percentages are a little bit lower for children in elementary, and they continue increasing as people go through the years of school. It's critically important that we understand chronic absenteeism, but also that we take action to reduce chronic absences. Obviously, that's so important because when students are not in school, they are not learning. When they are not in school, their academic performance suffers. In addition to that, the research shows that chronic absenteeism is related to social disengagement, alienation, increased high school dropout rates, mental and physical health issues, adulthood poverty, and as adults, increased interactions with the criminal justice system. As you heard this morning already, chronic absenteeism has been increasing for some time. The U.S. Department of Education reported in 2015-16 that 7 million students were chronically absent. And that at that time, that was about 1 in every 6 students. And that number had increased by almost 1 million students from their previous report. The pandemic certainly exacerbated the problem that existed. You know, anecdotally, I think any of us who are associated with education would recognize that during the pandemic, chronic absences skyrocketed because students were put in a position where they were learning outside of the school structure. They were learning remotely. In a number of states, I mean, it's very difficult to get accurate information about the numbers, the percentages of absenteeism during that time, because a number of states did not require that schools take attendance during the pandemic. In other states where schools were taking attendance, being in attendance or being present in school was rather loosely defined, and understandably so. But as an example, in some instances, if students checked in with a teacher once a day, they were considered to be in attendance. So there are a number of things that we really need to consider in terms of how the pandemic had an effect, but what we have seen is that those chronic absenteeism numbers continue to increase. And again, that's something that you heard a little bit earlier today. In 2021, 2022, there are 9 states that their chronic absences increased. They doubled from pre-pandemic numbers from 18-19. We in Nebraska during that time had a 9% increase in chronic absences. We had about 23% of our students who were chronically absent, and that was about 77,000 students. There were 2 states that had what I would consider severe chronic absenteeism. One of those states was Alaska, where pre-pandemic, their chronic absenteeism rate was 29%. In 2021, 2022, they were at 49%. 49%. Just think about that. Washington, D.C. was close with 48% chronic absenteeism. The point that needs to be made here is that chronic absenteeism rates can be reduced, but they can only be reduced when schools take and make intentional efforts in both trying to prevent students from becoming chronically absent, and then also by providing supports to students who are absent from school for more than 10% of the school days. And the types of programs that seem to be the most effective, and you heard Dr. Hawk talk about the tiers. The tiers and the essence of those tiers include both preventive strategies as well as then intense interventions for students who are chronically absent. Preventive programs are those programs that are directed at all students. It really is aimed at making sure that all students have opportunities to be in school and come to school. Preventive programs use evidence-based strategies, and you heard some of those strategies earlier. Strategies such as making attendance a priority from the first day of school, having teachers be very intentional about developing relationships with students and talking to students when they're absent, pointing out how important it is to be in school. I saw in the MOAC grant dollars that I would put in the category of attendance incentives, right? I remember when I was in elementary school, we had such a thing as a perfect attendance certificate. And that meant a lot to me as a child. There was an incentive coming from the school that said it's important for you to be in school every single day. Those preventive programs really are focused again on all students, and one of the critical pieces that I noted from some research was having an early alert system. So in other words, having strategies to identify risk factors for students that put them in a high-risk category for reaching chronic absenteeism. We've talked about again today that the essence of this is the need to identify the cause for every student who is chronically absent, because there is not one reason that students are not in school. There are a number of ways that researchers have categorized factors that put students at high risk. One of the categories that made sense to me was individual factors, family factors, and school community factors. Individual factors are just factors that directly relate to students. Now, maybe there is a student who has been absent from school, excused absences for illness, but the child really does not have any identified ailment. And with investigation, it becomes clear the reason that student is absent is because he or she is being bullied and is avoiding school because it's too painful to be there, right? Another example of an individual factor might just be a student who lives a long distance from school and it's too far to walk. Family, one of the main factors is if students are in families where there's a lack of adult supervision and a lack of structure, that can contribute to students not being in school. Community, the community example that just struck me so clearly this week, I had an opportunity to speak with a state board member from the state of Hawaii. That state board member was talking about the impact that Hurricane Dora and the Lahaina fire had on students from that area. In that area of Maui, there are they no longer exist, but there were 2 elementary schools, a middle school and a high school, with a total enrollment of about 3,000 students. One of those elementary schools was completely destroyed by the fire. The other 3 were damaged by Hurricane Dora that was hitting the island at about the same time that the fire started on August 8th. The critical point that she made to me in terms of impact and its relationship to chronic absenteeism was that of those 3,000 students, they still cannot find where 1,200 of those students are. Right? They were supposed to start school on August 8th, but they didn't because of the high winds from Hurricane Dora. Okay, so if you think about that in terms of a perspective and starting school and getting back to school, they believe that these students are not part of the unidentified death total. They have identified a number of the students who have gone to other islands and enrolled in schools, or students who are doing remote learning where they're in a position that they have internet access. There's certainly no internet access yet in the Lahaina itself area. They're desperately, as a Department of Education, trying to reach out in any way possible to find these 1,200 students. Think about the implications for those students, for all of those students, in terms of the supports that they need and the kinds of interventions that will be necessary to help them recover from the learning that they have lost over the last month. And those interventions, in all cases, really make a difference. We know that. We start seeing that the trend is changing a little bit, which is really encouraging. You know, as you saw Dr. Hawk talk about in his statistics, and also with Nebraska, for our 2022-23 percentage, we're down to 22% from 23. So we're now at 69,000 students being chronically absent as opposed to 77,000. That's a small percentage, but it's a start. It's so important, and I was so glad that we have Attendance Awareness Month. I'm so appreciative of Nebraska Every Day Counts, because that provides so many resources for teachers, leaders, parents that will help us reduce chronic absenteeism. And programs like the NOAC School Improvement Attendance Improvement Program grant will make a difference. This is an equity issue, because all students need to be in school so they can gain the skills and knowledge necessary to be successful. That concludes my report.
I'd like to make some comments. So this is 2 parts. One, I know that we as a board in the past have brought this forward, and so I'm going to say it again, but there are some of us that were expecting a president's report about what you're working on or what you see coming down for us, or we had asked in the past that if you were going to be doing, and this was a 15-minute presentation, if you're going to do a presentation, that we know about it in advance so that there can be a discussion on the topic, and we can be prepared. I feel like there are experts on this topic that I prefer on the staff that I'd like to hear from and have a discussion if this is going to be part of the agenda. I was disappointed to hear you say some things like the only way schools are going to be able to fix this attendance problem which is one of the problems we have in Nebraska, is that we keep putting things that are societal problems at the foot and responsibility of our schools, and they do need to be working on these, but a lot of times these are not just school-related issues, and it isn't just about if you have an incentive, that's gonna make a difference, because I'll just say across the state, school districts have been trying incentives to improve attendance for at least a decade or more, because I've been a part of those programs. And because I ran a nonprofit and when I was there, we focused on students who were chronically absent. I know I implemented this, and when I was there, 26 schools in OPS, quite a few schools in Lincoln Public Schools. I implemented it in Grand Island Public Schools. I know it has spread to a lot more schools across the state. But it was a one-on-one program to focus on kids that do have chronic absenteeism and find out what is causing it and what can we do. And what we found is, with every student, there is a different story to be told. But one of the things that did come out in large numbers was the amount of bullying that is happening in our schools that is keeping kids home. They are afraid to go to school because they're being bullied. And bullying means there's an unsafe culture there, and that comes from policymakers talking about things that attack kids with disabilities and fragile situations. Bullying doesn't just come from another kid in the school. It comes from parents teaching their kids ideas about that certain students are different and it's okay to gaslight them. I mean, there's a lot of ways that even we impact bullying without even realizing it. But I'm just saying that chronic absenteeism, I don't want to just put that at the foot, and I heard you say the words only if, this is only going to be solved if the schools do this. And I guess I just want to say that it's a big picture problem that requires some discussion, but I guess it's something that I would like to have been prepared for. I guess I expect a report, not a presentation, is all I'm saying. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Next on our agenda is to approve the consent agenda. We do have one item with a request to be removed from the consent agenda. That is item 5.3E. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
With the exception?
With the exception of 5.3E. Okay.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second that motion.
Okay. Per board policy, there is no discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison? Yes. Kojans?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the consent agenda is adopted with the exception of 5.3E. The next item of business includes the standing reports, the committee reports from our standing committees. As the chair of the executive committee, I will provide that report. The executive committee reports on its Thursday, September 7th meeting. For board member review, the committee report is attached in Spark. The committee discussed the state board annual calendar. The committee agreed to changes, including the name board calendar, and to incorporate a guide to indicate which committee is working on a specific item that comes before the board during a specific month of the year. Staff reviewed 6 years of board meeting agendas to identify board items that appear on agendas at specific times of the year. Some items appear on specific months due to reporting requirements. Other items appear on the calendar as part of board tradition. The calendar will serve as a guide and reference for staff and the board. The committee reviewed commissioners' mid-year performance assessment documents, including the commissioner survey, board member survey, and results format documents. Revisions were discussed and agreed upon. The committee plans to share the mid-year commissioner informal assessment process with the board in October. The committee continued to review board bylaws and policies. Revisions were discussed and agreed upon. The committee will finalize the review during the month of September and then provide the draft to board members for their review. This concludes the executive committee report. Are there any questions about the executive committee report? Elizabeth?
Yes, President Goebbels, I have two questions just about timeframes.
Okay.
So when you address the commissioners' informal assessment process, you will share that in October. Is that a discussion item or an action item?
It is neither.
Okay.
It will be probably part of a work session, just to provide information about what the process will be, to answer any questions that board members might have about that.
Okay, good. That's my first one.
Okay.
And then my second one is about the board bylaws and policies. The draft will be given to the board members for their review at what point? Because I see you're having in September, so when will we see, the rest of the board see it?
We are in the final stages. We have a few policy revisions that we need to go back through and provide feedback to each other on, but we're getting close to having those revisions completed. So the intent is for us as a committee to meet probably one more time in September, but then we will hope to get those to you for review in October. We want to give the board ample time to really be able to think through those provisions, really consider them, to jot down questions. We, at this point, are anticipating that we would probably be taking that as an action item in January, bringing it to the board in January.
Okay, thanks for that update.
Sure. Yeah, Jacqueline?
Madam President, I'm not sure if you added this, but our notes are in Spark, what we look at whenever we have meetings. So if you want to see kind of the markups and the things that we're working on and that have changed from executive committee meeting to executive committee meeting, any board member is able to access those. And so if you see something there that's highlighted or that it looks like we're working on or changing, happy to receive that feedback in advance of our next meeting to take it.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jacqueline. I
So-
didn't mention that.
And so just then a quick question to clarify, because there have been times after our monthly board meetings that I have gone back to look at committee meeting information, and sometimes it's not there anymore. So could Dr. Four explain how we could access that? Because it does seem like it goes away.
Yes, the meetings get archived, and so I'd be glad to provide the instructions to locate those meetings.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? I really express appreciation to the executive committee. They have really worked diligently. As you know, we had a 2-day retreat, but that, though we intended that to be the bulk of our work, it felt in some respects like it was kind of the beginning. We got a lot done during that retreat, but we have continued to see things that we believe needed to be revised. We made requests of Brian Halstead and of Ryan Four to really review several of the policies that were related to, I guess I would call more legal kinds of things. So it's just been a really a great effort on the part of the executive committee. Anything else? Chair Patsy Kojons will provide a report from Budget and Finance Committee.
The Budget and Finance Committee reports that these are the action items. 2.1A, to approve school district's request for exclusions to the budget limitation in accordance with the provisions of the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunities Support Act. Our speaker was Bryce Wilson. The discussion included NDE reviewing the state statute that follows for districts to request exclusions to the budget limitation. NDE explained that exclusions were designed to allow for more spending authority that is not state or local taxpayer support. The committee supported bringing this item to the full board. 2.1B item to approve requests from school districts for payment of half of their total 2023 and 2024 state aid. Again, our speaker was Bryce Wilson. The discussion included NDE reviewing the state statute that provides half of their TIOSA amount to be paid, and the timing of federal impact and aid payments for districts that have federal lands in their districts. 2.1C, action item as well. The discussion included authorizing the commissioner to approve medical consultant contact for the Office of Disability Determinations. The speakers were Christy Mickle and Brian Halstead. The discussion included contract with medical experts back in April. This is for an additional doctor due to caseload. New provider, which is why it's an action item, not a consent item. Amount of actual payment may be less than the maximum amount of the contract. 2.1D, also an action item, to authorize the commissioner to approve a new grant to ESU for pre-kindergarten through grade 2 professional development. The speakers were Melody Hobson and Christine Luby. The discussion included that this grant provides additional funds to ESU 7 for professional development for early childhood programs around implementation of high-quality instruction materials. 2.1E, action item, the discussion included authorizing the commissioner to contract with the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska Monroe-Meyer Institute to provide statewide external evaluation services for the 21st century community learning centers and expanded learning opportunity grant program. Zainab Rita was our speaker. The discussion included renewed contract. Procurement was completed through an RFI after school program. This is part of the federal grant requirement, the only institute that was qualified to do evaluation. The cost is cheaper than last year, and there's no need to develop new tools since they are already from a previous year. The committee supports bringing this item also to the full board. 2.1F, to authorize the commissioner to approve the McKinney-Vento grants from the 2023-24 school year. Ann Carmoni was our speaker. The discussion included 14 applicants with all getting something. Lincoln had more identified homeless students than Omaha for the first time, which seemed like a surprise. Intent was to get money to districts to really needing the funds. Schools are notified through an email, including the guidelines of the grant. They must have 20 students to qualify. Additional professional development will be provided next year to help school districts identify homeless students better. The committee supports this item. 2.1G, also an action item, to authorize the commissioner to extend and expand the contract with the Nebraska Children and Families Foundation to augment the Nebraska statewide Family Engagement Center and implement the Nebraska Growing Readers Project. Our speaker was Lane Carr. The ESSER $2 were to support statewide family engaged centers. Parents coming into schools to learn alongside the students so that parents can learn to read for English learners. It's a true statewide reach. Also includes literacy work, including physical copies of books to students that don't have access to books in their homes. This must be accompanied with support to students so they can read with their parents, which is why it is partnered with Family Engagement, the Family Engagement Center. NDE is working with DHHS to sustain this activity for the long term. Sites are chosen where child care subsidies are being utilized. The committee supports bringing this item to the full board. It was interesting to me and to the committee that Nebraska had many places in it that were considered book deserts. And so this was really, really exciting, I think, to all of us in that committee. 2.3, the monthly report, travel expense board, there was no discussion. 2.2B, discussion item, review potential deficit budget items with the board in preparation for the October board agenda item to authorize the commissioners to submit the department's deficit budget requests for our fiscal year of 2023 and 2024. Speaker was Bryce Wilson. The discussion included NDE reviewed the potential budget request, noting that they were the same as last month, with the amounts updated based on more current information. NDE noted the items had been reviewed with the governor's fiscal staff without any issues. The 2.4, the committee update, 2.3A, informational update, bipartisan, safer communities, stronger connections, and grants proposed fund allocations. Dottie Huisman was our speaker and provided us our information. The discussion included authorized in June 2022 $4.8 million for this. Funds could be used for Title IV uses except for infrastructure. A competitive process was run with all districts being notified. Next month, we'll bring actual allocations of the money. 19 districts applied for this, with at least 17 expected to get funding. What are some of the requested uses? Additional mental health curriculum for mental health, threat assessment, training, restorative training. Over $7 million was requested, which needs to be cut down to $4.8 million. Also required non-public consultation. This committee requested seeing amounts and uses next month when it comes to us for approval. 2.3B, informational update item, Nebraska Teacher Apprenticeship Program, and an outline next steps. Lane Carr provided us this information on this new apprenticeship program, which I think also the committee was exceptionally excited about. The speaker was Lane Carr. The discussion included that 22 states are already doing this. Nebraska was appropriated $1 million to do this work. There are 3 sites that have been identified that have been doing this work well and are being accelerated with additional funds. Chadron, North Platte, Midlands, West Side, UNL, LPS. This is not a one-time appropriation, so this program will be expanded in the future to other partnerships to be discussed next month. This concludes the Budget and Finance Committee report. Patsy Kojon's chair.
There are any questions for the committee chair? Okay. Agenda item 6.2.A Are there any questions on the reports in 6.2A? That's the monthly board travel expense reports. Is there a motion on item 6.2B?
Yes. I move to approve school district's request for exclusions to the budget limitation in accordance with the provisions of the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunities Support Act.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to approve school district's request for exclusions to the budget limitation in accordance with the provisions of the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunities Support Act. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Goobles?
Yes.
Co-Johns? Co-Johns?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to approve school district's requests for exclusions to the budget limitation in accordance with the provisions of the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunities Support Act is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.c?
Yes, Madam President. I move to approve the request from school districts for payment of half their total 2023/24 state aid.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that motion.
It's moved and seconded to approve requests from school districts for payment of half their total 2023-24 state aid. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Co-Johns?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Goobles?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to approve requests from school districts for payment of half their total 2023-24 state aid is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.d?
Yes. I move to authorize the commissioner to approve medical consultant contract for the Office of Disability Determinations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It's moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to approve medical consultant contract for the Office of Disability Determinations. Is there any discussion on the motion? Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Goobles?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Co-Johns?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to approve medical consultant contract for the Office of Disability Determinations is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.e?
Yes. I move to authorize the commissioner to approve a new grant to ESU 7 for pre-kindergarten through grade 2 professional development. Thank you for the smile.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to approve a new grant to ESU 7 for pre-kindergarten through 2nd grade professional development. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I have some questions, and maybe the committee can answer this, and maybe it's staff, but it looks like the original grant we received, or we opened it up to 6 applicants, and we only had 5. and I think we have a lot more ESUs than that. Do we know why other ESUs didn't apply? It seems like everyone was awarded. We don't really have any reporting requirements, so why wouldn't people want to apply for this?
Good morning. My name is Christine Luby. I'm the Director of Programs and Partnerships in the Office of Early Childhood. We did only receive 5 applications for the original RFP. And when I talked to ESUs about that, they were concerned about the fact that it was only a 2-year grant and the funding following those 2 years would not be sustained at the state level.
And then it looks like we approved this to, I guess let me ask a separate question. When we opened up the next RFP, it looks like there were 2 proposals received. Were they both from ESUs who had already applied for the first round of funding?
No, one of them was for an ESU that was approved the first round to expand their services. The second was from an ESU that did not apply the initial time.
And then my last question is, I suppose we set this up to approve a grant program for ESUs. Did we ever consider that if an ESU did not apply, that maybe the school districts within their within that ESU could apply directly for access to some of these funds to be able to do a similar program, so that we're not serving the same students?
That was not part of our conversations when I released these RFPs.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
The only thing I would say is I understand, so these are ESSER funds and there's a timeline for getting them out. I start to worry, not worry, I guess I don't misslead, but if an ESU doesn't apply, then all of the schools in that ESU are not getting some of these supports they would have otherwise had access to if we went to a different model. And so when we issued it and we saw we didn't get a response, or the responses that we could have got like more competitively for these funds, I would think we'd go back to the drawing board and say, what do we do wrong? How could we fix it? How could we be more creative, rather than just kind of opening it back up again and not fixing whatever that underlying concern or problem was, to make sure we're accessing all of the students across the state. So nothing to stop this from going through, but I'm hoping in the future when we have something like this, we can get or try to be a little more creative with how we distribute funds.
Anything else? All right, the motion is to authorize the commissioner to approve a new grant to ESU 7 for pre-kindergarten through grade 2 professional development. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to approve a new grant to ESU 7 for pre-kindergarten through grade 2 professional development is adopted. Is there a motion to item 6.2.f?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize a commissioner to contract with the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska Monroe-Meyer Institute to provide statewide external evaluation services for the 21st Century Community Learning Centers and Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant Program.
there a second?
I second that motion.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to contract with the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska, Monroe-Meyer Institute to provide statewide external evaluation services for the 21st Century Community Learning Centers and Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Program. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Which item is this? Sorry, I was reading a document.
6.2.f.
Thanks.
So one question that we had in our committee, and I know that our chair, Patsy Kojans, addressed it in her report, but we did ask if other organizations had been looked at, and they were really the only ones who provide this service. Not that we don't want to contract with them, we just want to make sure that staff had explored all possibilities, and this was the only option that we have. So just because I know sometimes we have questions among other board members about if we're looking at other organizations to provide services.
I think that was our first question. For evaluation.
I don't know why people are looking at me. My question was going to be on the next item, so sorry if I confuse people.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? All right, the motion is to authorize the commissioner to contract with the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska, Monroe-Meyer Institute to provide statewide external evaluation services for the 21st Century Community Learning Centers and Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant Program. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones?
Yes.
Kugels?
Yes.
Kojans?
Yes.
Morrison? Yes. Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to contract with the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska, Monroe-Meyer Institute to provide statewide external evaluation services for the 21st Century Community Learning Centers and Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant Program is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.g?
Yes. I move to authorize the commissioner to approve McKinney-Vento grants for the 2023-24 school year.
Is there a second? Okay. Thank you. It's moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to approve the McKinney-Vento grants for the 2023-24 school year. Is there discussion on the motion?
Yes, please. So just kind of curious, I'm looking at the grant awards now, and I heard Patsy Gojon saying in her committee report that there were more homeless students in Lincoln than in Omaha. Did I hear that correctly? Yeah. Okay, so when I look at the award distributions here, it looks like Omaha is getting about $50,000 more than Lincoln is. And so I know that we don't have all of the context in the two documents I have in front of me as to how it says these awards are competitive, and so there was a process to determine who gets what, and looks like this is a place where we actually do have some discretion. So wondering how we got there, or what are some of the things that we considered in those applications, those competitive applications we got.
Yeah, I would be happy to speak on this. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, that is the amount that they asked for. So Lincoln only asked for $85,000 for their plan, and so we awarded them what they asked for.
Okay, and then I noticed that there's only a certain amount of school districts here who are being awarded. Are we awarding every school district what they asked for, or are there school districts who applied who don't receive any award at all?
Great question. Everyone who applied did get some funds. We developed a new rubric this year to try to meet the needs of the districts while also taking into consideration this competitive grant. We went back and did some digging and found that some districts who were awarded this grant, they haven't spent their funds or claimed their funds in the past 3 years. So they're carrying over a large amount of money every year. So we incorporated that into the rubric this year. Not everyone got what they asked for, but Lincoln and Omaha were the two that did, because one had significant higher numbers than the other districts, and two, they scored very highly on the rubric.
Okay. And then, thanks. Madam Chair, just a couple more questions. So, a matter came up yesterday in one of our committee meetings about, our accountability to school districts when we distribute funds, when and where we have the ability to make sure that they are spending these funds where they're supposed to. And so I know you said we looked at who had spent their funds, but are we evaluating whether or not this money is, I don't want to say closing the gap, because I don't assume it can do everything, especially not $135,000. But do we evaluate at the end and say, okay, I see how you spent the money, or you know what, this school district had a really good plan and we like this, and so we would encourage other school districts to really, move toward providing some of these services? How much are we involved, from year to year, not just, I don't want to indicate that you were just doing this, but rather than just distributing the funds, trying to see what are some of these best practices that we could really be making sure people are utilizing?
Yep, that is one of the questions in the grant, is how the districts are evaluating the use of these funds, and then they get a score based on that. Some districts have a great evaluation method, some not so much, and so they had to have had a really good method on how, if what they're doing is working, and how they can tell that, and that is all within the McKinney-Vento grant, and that was considered when determining funds.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
When I taught, and I've been retired a few years now, we had a visitation as part of the evaluation of our after-school, 21st century after-school program. Does that still happen? We had someone come on site and go through what we were doing. I don't know if that was this. I'm thinking it was. So this is a separate thing from the after school.
This is for homeless students. That's what this grant is.
We're only homeless.
Yeah, we've moved past the 21st century.
Oh, I don't know why my mind went back.
That's okay.
That's okay. I was ahead.
Yeah, and it's really good that there are 3,000 kids that are being served with this. And I'm not a mathematician, but I think that turns out to be about $400. And if you think about it, that's good help for school districts.
Just for the record, addressing the questions was Ann Carmody from the Department of Education. Thank you, Ann, for your availability.
Sorry, I probably should have introduced myself. I'm the state McKinney-Vento liaison, but yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ann. All right. The motion is to authorize the commissioner to approve the McKinney-Vento grants for the 2023-24 school year. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Fricky? Yes. Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to approve the McKinney-Vento grants for the 2023-24 school year is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.h?
Yes, Madam President, I move to authorize the Commissioner to extend and expand the contract with the Nebraska Children and Families Foundation.
Is there a second? It's moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to extend and expand the contract with Nebraska Children and Families Foundation. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Tojans,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the Commissioner to extend and expand the contract with Nebraska Children and Families Foundation is adopted. Agenda item 6.2.1 is review the potential deficit budget items with the board in preparation for the October board agenda item. Bryce, please come forward. Bryce Wilson will provide information regarding reviewing potential deficit budget items.
Good morning, Bryce Wilson, Finance Officer, Department of Education. So next month, we will be bringing an action item to have the board authorize the commissioner to submit our biennial, or not our biennial, our deficit budget request, which is just kind of a reminder, that's the process that the state has available to address budget issues that come up after the biennial budget is passed. So a lot of times what these types of items end up being are, I use the term housekeeping, but items to fix issues that have come up or things that have changed since the biennial budget was passed. On the list that we have for you, or that's attached in the agenda, there's 9 different items. Out of those 9 items, I would say that 8 of those items would fall under the housekeeping category, and the one, there's one that does not, obviously, with if you do that math. But the other big key to the overall look at this deficit request is, out of the total request, there's about $83,000 of state general funds that we're requesting that's not related to the one non-housekeeping item. So I'll start with the non-housekeeping item. That is the statewide assessment reporting contract. Just basically shortfall there in what we have currently appropriated for statewide assessment. That's asking for about $2.3 million in the first year and $3.8 million in the second year. It's made up of several different things. A little over $1 million of that is MAP growth. Part of that is increasing the number of students that are taking the ACT and the ELPA exams. And then the other part that makes up that increase is going from 2 to 3 assessments a year. I can run through the housekeeping items real quick if that would be helpful. That would be helpful. Okay. The first
Board,
one.
would that be helpful? I'm nodding, but I want to make sure that you feel that would be helpful. Not seeing yes or no, so go ahead, Bryce.
Okay.
4 of us have already had this discussion and presentation, and so it's really the board members that are not in the budget committee that we should ask.
I've reviewed it. I'm okay with that.
Is this available to our constituency online? Can they look at this budget report, Bryce? So they have access. That would be the only thing I would like if my constituents are interested, but I can't determine that, so.
Yep. I would say the one thing I forgot to mention too is it is possible that we may have 2 other small changes to this that comes to the board next month. That would be possibly asking for additional salary and benefit funding, general funds. The reason that may happen, we're working with the governor's office now. Also, we went through this request with the governor's office to make sure that there were no big issues that they were aware of with our request. But when the state went through their process of giving staff increase, salary increases, and benefit increases, they gave 95%. They pulled the salary or the staff that was on hand at each agency at a set time last fall, and then just gave each agency 95. I think 95% was the number of those increases for salary and benefits. The issue that we talked through with the governor's office and are exploring the information more is at the time that they pulled that staff listing, our agency was at almost an all-time high in vacancies, and so which was something that then hurt the amount of salary and benefit appropriation that we got. We wouldn't be asking for anything different than what other agencies got. We just are going back and looking to see if we can clearly identify maybe what would be more of a normal vacancy rate for the department. And since we were just kind of caught at that moment in time when it was higher than what our historical average has been. And the other item would be around just additional federal funds, so not general funds, but federal funds for the Department of Disability and Determination Services. They may have some federal grants, and we have to get that included in our budget as well so that they can spend the federal grants that we didn't have in this request initially that we just kind of became aware of that we're looking into.
Thank you. Thank you, Bryce. All right, next, Chair Deborah Neary will provide a report from the Planning and Evaluation Committee meeting.
Thank you. Thank you to my members, fellow board members, Lisa Fricky, Patty Goobels, and Sherry Jones. The committee reviewed and we recommend approval of the following items. One, the priority school progress plan for Asante Elementary School and Asante High School. We had some great conversations around those plans and some of the real challenges that are continuing to need to be addressed. Kudos to Dr. Vargas, who has done an exceptional job in trying to help. But I appreciated all the questions. Sherry Jones had a bunch of good ones and allowed us the opportunity to kind of look at as part of the plan, the instructional materials, the goal setting, the action planning, and the importance of the tribal engagement in this plan. And so we're recommending that for approval. We also appreciate Dr. Trudy Clark for being there for a discussion about cut scores for the the alternate English language proficiency assessment, and we are recommending approval for those cut scores. We are recommending approval for the Rule 11 teacher waiver request for Scotts Bluff Public Schools. And then also, we're recommending the approval to amend the current ACT contract for statewide assessment services for the 2023-2024 school year. But we had a discussion, and the contract, the RFP, will have to send out again. I believe it was in 2026. We need to look at a new contract. I personally was asking, and I know Dr. Maher wasn't in the room at the time, but I'm hoping that before we have to put out that RFP in 2026, that we have an opportunity to have some kind of formal evaluation of the pros and cons of the plan as it is in regard to the ACT and how it's rolled out, and if there's some variances that we can do to improve upon that, and that is coming from me. I'm not saying that was a committee decision. That's me personally asking. And we have a few years. I mean, in order to really survey that, I mean, it takes a few years to really look at how can we improve and do better. Because I will say from the schools in my district, the way it stands now, the ACT presents some big challenges for many of the students who are not college bound. And so what are some ways we can make this help every student be successful? And I don't know what that answer is, and that's higher than my pay grade. So hoping that we can, as you know, and maybe that's part of our committee that we add that discussion on. We can look at that in the future. I know you have enough on your plate right now. So the committee also discussed the Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Auburn Public Schools. Appreciate the staff helping us kind of review the options for ways to fill early childhood positions. And then we, lastly, some of you might recall that back in 2022, Senator McKinney and Senator Slama introduced, it was LB 1112. It was known as the Computer Science and Technology Bill. And so as a result of that legislation being passed, it's now on us to, and the staff members of NDE to kind of make some adjustments related to the standards development process. And so they are working on the implementation of all of that now. So we'll have more information to come on that in the future. That concludes our report. Thank you.
Are there any questions about the report? Jacqueline?
When you say that they're working, so the bill was passed in 2022, and it's 2023, and we're working on it, I'm assuming now, which couldn't even be effective until the 2024-2025 school year. What's that timeline?
I went back and looked at the bill, and if there's a staff member that please that knows that if I'm giving incorrect information, please come forward. But I think I read correctly that graduates who graduate in 2026 need to have had this class or this information, and so we're working on reaching that goal. Is that the correct interpretation of that? It isn't saying that it had to be implemented now. It's the students that are graduating in 2026. So we're making the plans for that. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
So just curious, kind of thinking about, again, our committee work in rules and regs. I wouldn't say we've perfected our processes, but we're working toward perfection, and we probably always will be striving toward it. But I think we are getting a timeline of, here are the bills that were passed. Here's what we have to prioritize as an agency. And then if something changes, maybe we can move this one down because we have to move this one up, things like that. And so it doesn't feel like in our committee, and I'm not putting this on yours, that we're like, well, this doesn't have to be done until 2026, therefore, we're not going to get to it. We're kind of looking for more of, I don't want to say that accountability, but, what are we doing? And so is your committee talking about the timeline of the implementation of these things based on when stuff was passed? Because just saying it doesn't have to be done until 2026 doesn't necessarily seem like the right approach.
Yeah, Sherry, would you clarify that?
It's a pretty tight schedule according to their timeline here. They need standards by March 1st of 2024, so that's coming up real quickly. And they had, if you look at the timeline, is fairly tight, and they have a plan. So I think we are moving on it in a rather quick fashion. So
okay, got it. Thank you.
You bet.
School year, but it's
Allison,
for the
please use the mic and introduce yourself.
I apologize.
The one next to you.
Allison Nembesti, Academic Officer. Thank you very much. I wanted just to clarify, Dr. Graham did a really nice job putting together the timeline, and the 25-26 is the school year that each school district has to have the standards, but they are effective with the academic year of 27-28 graduating class. So thank you for the opportunity to correct that.
Thank you. Any other questions about that? Does that conclude your report, Deborah?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion on item 6.3.a?
I move to approve the Priority School Progress Plan for Asante Elementary School.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that emotion, that emotion.
It's moved and seconded to approve the Priority School Progress Plan for Asante Elementary School. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, there is, thank you. And of all the items that I was involved in discussions with yesterday, this item is probably closest to my heart. And it's at the forefront of my mind. And I've been marinating over this last evening, during the course of the night. And so I do have a few more questions to ask or comments to make, if I may. And they are in District 6, so maybe that even brings, and that's my district, so I think that heightens my concern. I guess maybe it shouldn't, but it does. And addressing chronic absenteeism is part of the Asante plan, which is critically important, I believe. And I'm wondering, have specific action steps been developed? And if so, who develops these? Is it the Asante school staff themselves or with NDE direction? You know, in the plan, we have a skeleton outline, but because this is so critically important, I just feel like I need to know, have specific action steps been developed and by whom? Would be one question that I have. And Dr. Vargas, I don't know. I'm sorry I didn't ask that yesterday. It would have been a better time. But my brain isn't in a timely fashion, works.
No time like the present. Thank you, Shirley Vargas, School Transformation Officer. I will say that the intent is first to make sure that we're keeping accurate attendance records. So that first starts with ensuring that we're collecting the information appropriately. Second, then, is that attendance team that has been outlined is charged with making sure that they put these systems and structures in place to track that data and then follow up with students as soon as they're missing versus waiting until a day or 2 or 3 or have no system at all. And then the other is that there is an interesting notion at play here that there is a tribal truancy code that also is an account here. So what we want to make sure is that there's consistency with how the school is operating, both the requirements of their tribal entity as well as the requirements of their local district. So that's, I think, one of the main pieces there. We want to make sure that there's accuracy first and foremost in attendance, and then that we're thinking through how do we tier the approaches if a student is just late because they woke up late versus there's something deeper that's happening at home and requires different set of strategies. So hopefully I answered your question.
Okay, the tribal requirements, I'm guessing, must be very limited or very low, I'm concerned about, because of what we're seeing for the actual reported attendance in the past. Am I accurate in saying that?
Actually, they're probably more egregious, if anything. Like, I think they take more action. So I think what we think about is that we typically go to the immediate, we have to get a county attorney involved and something like that. So with the tribal piece here, it's related to whatever code that tribe has. So specifically here, I think it's something around reaching out to like the family member and potentially doing something with like legal repercussions versus taking a restorative approach. And that's the extent that the team is working towards. How do we build that as part of the practice versus always going towards, let's take the most intensive action. So that's what that team is trying to build out this year, which is why you don't see a lot, because they're literally working through all those pieces right now.
Okay. Okay, good to know. And then another one. Yesterday we had asked about if there were model programs in other states where they've seen success working with the Native Americans with attendance, test scores, whatever. And you had mentioned that in Arizona there's a charter school where they are performing well. And I didn't ask at the time, and I should have, if we are incorporating any of their actions into our Asante plan, or might we?
I would like to just acknowledge that that one example is an independent example, and I wouldn't want it to seem like that's like the blanket solution. But what I will say that it's important that whatever solutions you see in front of you are developed by the people who are then slated to implement them, right? So it isn't like, we saw this example work really well, now therefore you go do it, because we also have to consider the capacity of the individuals and also the desires of the community and the stakeholders involved to want to make this change, and whatever that change is, that it's explicitly delineated. So I think I would say that probably what you see in front of you, it might not be a direct correlation to any other program you've seen has worked, but rather things around like language and culture and cultural practices, as well as high expectations for academics and attendance and health and that kind of things like that.
Okay. And the last one, I guess, what happens, Dr. Vargas, if this plan is not accepted today? I didn't ask that yesterday.
Oh, great question. Yeah, so what happens is that the school, we will have to have that conversation probably internally, but if we do not approve the plan for the school this year, the school does remain a priority school, but we have one of three, you all as a board have one of three actions to take. So if you don't, I think we would have to go back and maybe have further discussions around what would be a more appropriate recommendation if this is not approved.
Thank you.
Of course.
Good morning, or afternoon, actually, Dr. Vargas. So I have a question. You mentioned high academic standards. However, I see on their plan that the goal is to have 15% of students meeting grade level expectations for their MAP, English, and math, and 15% of the grades 3 through 5 being on track or advanced on our INSCAS testing for math and English. So my question is, if our target goal is 15%, what are those current numbers?
So if you see the first page is just a snapshot of what you can expect to see in the entire plan. The second page, what is called the reporting plan, you see 22, 23 results. Some are, the results are pending as our schools are receiving their finalized results based off of the cut scores that you all approved. So that is taking just a slightly bit longer than we anticipated, but nonetheless, that's one piece there. The second piece I would say is that the school team is accounting for the fact that some of the schools that may have scored at a particular performance level might not, or they know now, are not returning to the school this year, or they moved up and are accounting for the students who are incoming into that grade. So it's part of how do we maintain realistic expectations of things that are attainable while also acknowledging the fact that it's not like we're starting with a group of students, unfortunately, that have already met benchmark and we are trying to keep them there. So it's accounting for a lot of these things.
Okay, and then I had some questions about, because we are so focused on chronic absenteeism, and I see that the staff does have some framework of of a plan. But my question is, have they identified the causes for chronic absenteeism?
Yeah, so we also had the discussion yesterday, so thank you for that question. So some of the pieces that we have seen is that the team has acknowledged that there are some things that sometimes come up and the school team has to adjust for them and hasn't in the past. For example, if there is a deaf in a community, the school becomes the hub, and therefore chronic absence affects more than 1 or 2 students. And because it's a process that is culturally appropriate for them, it also affects not just 1 day, maybe 2 days, maybe 3 days. So there are things that the school team can do back to accurately accounting for attendance, is how do we adjust our school calendar to account for some of these things and allow for flexible days. So that's one piece. I think another piece too is that we need to make sure that every day high quality education is engaging and rigorous. And what we know is that that is an area that continues to be refined in the specific school district. They're not alone in it, but I just want to make that a point here as well. There's just 2 quick things. I mean, I can keep going, but I want to be here all day.
I guess, Sherry, you raised some questions today that after you heard your answers yesterday and thought further, I wonder if we want to go back into committee and have more discussion before we bring this to vote, and what that would do if we did do that and waited till next month to bring this to the full board for a vote. I'm just asking you, like, is that where would you like to see that happen, and what would happen if, I mean, does that mess up things if we don't approve it today?
I will say that the school team is in progress and
Okay.
making, the things that they need to do with this plan.
Okay.
That's all I can offer at the moment.
Then we want momentum to continue, is what I'm hearing. Am I hearing that right, sort of? All right.
I'm just stating what the school team is
Okay,
working
all
towards. I
right.
think whatever decision
Okay.
you all arrive to, we will adjust as well.
Okay, then I'll just ask that of you, Sherry. How important is it to you? And yeah.
I don't know. So they'll be continuing to work on their plan even if we don't approve it. They'll continue to be working on their plan as according to this. They'll continue working on it. I guess I just want so much more for them. And just think if our expectations, I know increasing to 15% is maybe an increase, but that expectation just seems so low. And do we rise to our expectations? How low do we want to set the bar? They have to be realistic, I know. But it seems like we work to someone's expectations. And so in the attendance, like the exit criteria for 2026 being at least 20% of the students will meet attendance expectations. I just struggle with approving something that's not acceptable to me because attendance is so important. So I don't know. I'm going to struggle saying yes. Do you get what I'm saying? That's just.
I guess, and if I just talking out loud without, I think how I resolve this in my mind is we want progress, and this will be progress, and it's about building momentum and building a strong foundation, and so am I correct? Like, this isn't the plan that you expect the goals to be in 5 years, but we have to get some momentum going, and that's the hardest step. And am I understanding that correctly?
Thank you for that. So this is a 1-year plan. This is not a 5-year strategic plan that this team is working towards. I will say, while this is your action today at this month, you will hear from them, and we'll make another recommendation a year from now in June 2024 where you can determine if there's a different step you'd like to take.
You think you had your hand up first?
So I kind of feel like I'm listening to a conversation I don't have all the pieces to. And so I just need to understand more. There's a document in our packet that says, and it's the AQuest 2023-2024 Priority School Progress Plan. And then it says reporting plan. It has target as a column, and then it has 22-23 result as a column. So that's the document I'm looking at. It says target for percent of students meeting grade level expectations on MAP is 15%. And then it says 2022-2023 result, 13%. And then the one below it, math, shows target of 15, and then 2022-2023 result says 16%. So am I reading it correctly that in 2022 to 2023, 16% of the students were on grade level for MAP, but our target for the next school year is 15%?
That's correct.
And so if we're talking about, and Sherry, help me understand if this is your concern, because I want to make sure I understand you, is the concern that, let's say in that particular benchmark, if we're talking about a progressive plan and we have those students at 16% today, but our target next year is just 15%, how are we growing or pushing them to get to the next level if our expectation is that they could actually slide back a percentage point next year rather than get from 16 to, let's say, 20%? Am I wrong because maybe the group that's really performing are second graders, and next year those second graders become third graders? But if our third grade percentage is 15%, should our third grade percentage at least be 16% that we want them to maintain? Why would that particular benchmark at least not go up? What's going on that we couldn't ask for more?
So the team is accounting for the fact that there are still things in their early childhood space that they have to continue to work towards, and not all of the students across the entire school are returning. So if in fact a student is performing at a particular level this year, let's say they're in first grade, that child might not be coming back to attend second grade, or they're accounting for the children who are in kindergarten and did not necessarily meet whatever benchmark was set and is now moving up to first grade. So it's an attempt to acknowledge that they're making some improvement and also account for the realities of the children that they have in front of them and not attempting to set a bar way too high. But I mean, that's just in essence what I would say.
I fully understand Sherry's concern, and the more I listen to this, I think I have the same concern. Are we setting something that's attainable? I use setting something that we think that the teachers can meet, so that at the end of the year, if they're at 14% instead of the 20% that we set, they don't feel defeated? Is that why it's so low? Because we don't want them to feel like they didn't accomplish what we expected? Or are we, because this, to me, if we're at 13%, 16%, and 32, going to 15, 15, and 35, that's not progress. And why wouldn't we set something a little bit higher and say, like, work toward this? Or do we believe if we set it at 15, they're still going to be working toward 25, so this number really doesn't mean anything at all? Like, how important are these numbers? And if they're not that important, why wouldn't we go higher? And if they are that important, why aren't we going higher?
Yeah, part of what you've described there is the adaptive piece of it, which it's intangible, right? I can't actually put into direct action what it means for a teacher to feel defeated every time they're trying something new and don't see a change. And the same thing when it's a school leader who has been attempting to make changes and then doesn't see their teachers making the direct action. So part of it is, in fact, how do you stand in front of a board and say, we know it's kind of low, but it's also really realistic when percentage of proficiency for many years has been 0. So we actually have not necessarily seen growth, right? So I think that's the first thing. And I think the other piece too is related to the fact that, because I've had this conversation with the team, is how do you then, once you start seeing some momentum, continue to raise the expectation while also acknowledging that you have a brand new staff and a brand new leadership team. So then it's constantly like different pieces of the machine shifting, but also making sure that, and I'm waiting for these, specifically for the grades 3 through 5 for ELA and math to show up, because I think that's where we're also going to see some shifts, which I believe comes from the implementation of their materials that they've done for this past year. I'm also only talking about work that has happened this past year. I'm not talking about like longitudinal data, and we're only talking about one school year, and we're also talking about the fact that if we come back, in I guess 6 months or so now, and you see that things aren't shifting, you as a board have the authority to make different decisions.
This is really tough for me as well, and I shared that yesterday. And all the questions that have been asked, as they should have been here out loud, were asked in that committee. And I don't know if I were a teacher in Santee and you're working so hard to make even a little bit of improvement and celebrating that. And because the absentee rate is so high, the teacher can't, go out and grab that kid and bring them back when they have other class members to think about. So what I'm worried about is if we don't approve this, I think it would be detrimental for a lot of reasons. But what I would ask is that a representative from Santee, 1 or 2, would come in December and give us an update of their progress and what they've done. Because we're talking about last-ditch efforts to make a difference for kids that we should be valuing and focusing on. And we're trying that. So I would like to pass this and have a report in December where we ask questions. And hopefully even in December, we will hear about progress. We will hear about a difference. We will hear about the hope and the tribal people working with the community and the school to make a difference for these kids. They have been struggling for so long and they have new leadership. They have hired someone who is a Native American who I believe can help be a stimulus for positive change. So I'm just asking my fellow board members, because all of these same questions were asked yesterday, and Shirley did an amazing job answering them. Dr. Friesen shared some information, staff. So I just hope this passes, but I would like to have at least a report in December, a report maybe in February, and then if we're not seeing even a little bit of progress, there are 3 options. Mm-hmm. And you want to state what those 3 options are or not? Or do you know?
The 3 options related to specifically what, Lisa?
To you said if they don't
Oh,
show
yes.
the improvement.
Great. So the first option is the recommendation here that there's a significant revision to the plan. Another option is a brand new plan. Another option is an alternative administrative structure.
And they've had a shift in administrative structure how many times in the past 5 years?
Right.
It's, I don't know.
So I'm looking at these numbers and this situation as a former educator, as a parent. Asante was identified in 2019-2020. I have a child who was in kindergarten that year. Children who were in kindergarten in 2019-2020 are now in 3rd grade at Asante, just like my son, who is 8. I understand that there is a level of demoralization for teachers when goals maybe aren't met and they work so hard and they can't do it. But my strongest concern is I'm looking at the 22-23 MAP ELA results. 87% of the Asante students, grades K through 2, did not reach the grade level expectations. They are now in 3rd grade. That's 87%. That means most of these children are not reading. How demoralizing is that? And how important we sit here and we talk about early literacy and how important that is. And these 87% of these students are struggling to read, and we know that 75% of our prison population cannot read above a 3rd grade reading level. So my heart as a mother is saying, if my kid was in this school and the future looks this bleak for my child, what would I want done? And that's my concern. And I have said it before at this board meetings, and I will say it again. I will always vote on what I believe is best for the children.
Elizabeth, as a mother, what do you think would be best for the children? What do you believe?
Well, I don't think when what we're currently doing, and we're still getting the same results, then I say maybe we need to do something else. When we are currently spending $40,000 per student, it's not a matter of money in this district. And so I am concerned that within the 3 options, significantly revise the plan, come up with a completely new plan, or administrative change, we have chosen option 1, when I don't think that our current plan that we have been doing has maybe been changed enough. And I just feel for the children and for the parents who may feel like there are no options. When you live in a particular area and you don't have the option to try a different school. And I'm just worried about the kids. And I appreciate Dr. Vargas's hard work and her team. And I think we're all just at the heart is the children and what can we do that's best for them. I mean, I guess, quite frankly, if I had the answer, Dr. Vargas would probably come hire me to work on her team.
We're always hiring.
I guess I am going to vote to support the plan. And having heard the discussion, I guess I feel more affirmed about doing that. And I believe that, I mean, there are so many issues, complex issues there that are not just school student related. And we don't have time to even look at the generational and, you know, the things that we have caused, the problems that we have caused for some of our native populations. I mean, this is complex, and I just have so much respect for Dr. Vargas and the work she's done, and the fact that she has been on the ground working with them and understands also just when you're trying to impact complex change. I mean, you have to have your big wins, and I'm comfortable with setting these goals as a one-year goal, knowing that that's gonna help us build more momentum for the second year. And this is about a long-term strategy, and one that I don't think those options other than this are we don't know that those are in the best interest either. So I just want to say I am going to vote to approve the plan, and I have tremendous respect and that you've worked with them and you feel like this is the best recommendation. So
Thank you.
Dr. Vargas, do you think this is the best way to go? The plan that you have presented, do you think that's the best way to go for the children you're working with and the teachers you're working with?
For this next year, this is the best plan they have.
Then there's no question how I'll vote.
So this is the same school that, this is their priority school that had 100% graduation rate last year. Is that the same school?
We're speaking on the elementary, but the high school,
But
yes.
the high school,
Mhm.
okay. Okay. The question was, what happens if we don't pass this plan now? The other question is, what happens if they don't meet the goals at the end of this year? I would like to see something concrete saying, this is what happens if you don't hit your numbers this year. And therefore, until that happens, I am a no on that. We need to have some consequences. We need to know where we're going. We've been doing this since 2019, and we keep pushing it down the road. So that's kind of where I'm at.
That's great. Thank you.
All right, we need to take a lunch recess because we have public comments starting at 1. So we will just kind of put this on hold. When we're finished with public comment, we will come back to this discussion. Okay? So public comment starts at 1, so grab your lunch quickly. We will now come out of recess for public comment. This period may be available to any person who wishes to address the State Board on any subject within its authority, including items appearing on the agenda, except for contested cases. Up to 2 hours will be allowed for public comment period. A majority of members present and voting may also take action to allow or terminate public comment at any time during a meeting. Please note that public comment should be on topics related to the work of the State Board's constitutional and statutory authority. Those wishing to speak must be signed in at the table outside of the meeting room. Persons speaking to the board during public comment should state their name at the beginning of their allotted time. Anyone refusing to be identified will be prohibited from speaking. Each person may address the board for up to 5 minutes. A majority of members present and voting may take actions to reduce or extend the amount of individual time allotted to all speakers. If at any time persons appearing before the board exceed the time limitations set forth in this policy or on the agenda, or become abusive or threatening in language or behavior, it shall be the responsibility of the president to determine what is out of order. The president may refuse permission to continue to address the board. And it looks like we have, how many?
I'm sorry, we have 3. So if you would come sit in the front row, Greg Epp, Greg Kramer, and Woody Ziegler. And I have Greg Epp as first, Greg Kramer as second, and Woody Ziegler as third. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Greg Epp, and I want to thank you for your service to our state and our communities. I got here in time to hear the president's report and the commissioner's report, and I just wanted to say, the president, that I appreciated your concern for the absenteeism issue, and I think it shows something about your heart for the issue and need to do something. I want to direct my comments today to specifically to Commissioner, our new Commissioner, Dr. Brian Maher. I'm going to compare you to Matt Rule, our new football head coach, who has a very big job ahead of him. And his success will largely be determined by the staff around him and the players that he and his staff can recruit. Now, I did notice that he makes a lot more money than you do. But I will comment that it's kind of a sad, maybe, state on our society that we value entertainment that much more than we value educating our children. But Jim Collins, in his landmark book, Good to Great, spells out the importance of the people you have on your bus. Your predecessor, Dr. Bloomstead, late in his tenure, struggled to have his bus pointed in the right direction. His staff put out these health education standards, but it wasn't this board that wrote those standards. It was the Department of Education that developed those standards. This created quite the firestorm of resistance from parents across the state. The sex education standards were a blatant attempt to groom this generation. And I think Bloomstead's staff was more interested in their agenda and out of touch with the parents in Nebraska. Enter Dr. Brian Maher. Your legacy will largely be dictated by the people you have on your bus. I don't envy you because you have a very big job, but your success will largely hinge on the people you bring around you. My first comment is wokeness will never translate into greatness. I would point you to examples like Daniel in the Old Testament, who was faithful in everything he did. And when they tried to throw him to the lions, God protected him. you're going to need a lot of wisdom in your job. And I point to the Apostle Paul, who said, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to him. But you must ask and believe and not doubt, because he who doubts is like a wave of the sea. So what I take heart within that scripture is that he gives you wisdom without finding fault in you, so you don't have to be perfect to ask for wisdom from him. Proverbs 2 says, wisdom is a gift from a generous God, and every word he speaks is full of revelation and becomes a fountain of understanding within you. Proverbs 2 goes on to say, if you choose to follow good, divine counsel, divine design will watch over you, and understanding will protect you from making poor choices. It will rescue you from the evil in disguise and from those who speak duplicities, for they left the highway of holiness and walk in the ways of darkness. They take pleasure when evil prospers and thoroughly enjoy a lifestyle of sin, but they are walking on a path to nowhere, wandering away into deeper deception. That's my words. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg Kramer.
Hello, all. I'm self-employed. I have, my wife and we have a son in the school here in Aurora. And I just wanted to come and represent many like me that are out working and busy, and you know, I was able to take off work and come up here, and I just wanted to do that to thank this board and just give you a kind of a second to say how I see it. I'm like I said, we're busy, just a normal person. I don't know all the ins and outs of everything this board has discussed this year or today or anything else, but just what you hear, you know, of some of the books that are in the schools and some of the indoctrination being taught, and I care about that. And I just want to thank Sherry and Elizabeth and Kurt for standing in the gap and sacrificing. You know, I suppose none of us want to sit in meetings all day or study agendas or those things that you all do. So I just thank you all and thank you guys for what you do.
Thank you, Greg Kramer. Woody Ziegler.
Afternoon. I'm a retired school principal. I principaled for 24 years in Nebraska, in central Nebraska. I'm a Milken educator, and I'm privileged to have worked in York County and with students for that period of time. I know Brian from way back when he was a little school superintendent of a little school, and before he climbed, and he has lots of opportunities. You have lots of opportunities before you. I've learned over the years, if you want to change a school, you change the principal. If you want to change a district, you change the superintendent. If you want to change Nebraska's education, you change the superintendent, the commissioner of education, and you've done that. I appreciate the fact that you're still dealing with some of the same kind of issues I dealt with back in 1973, 70, when I was a school teacher in Utica, Nebraska. And before that, back in 69 through 70 or so in Omaha. It's always about how do you help kids learn and how do you help them become the best that they can become for their future. I heard that today. I watched you revel in the Hawk Herd and the Lexington yearbooks. You know, the success that those kids had, the success that they were able to generate because they were able to make choices and involve themselves in the learning process and prepare for their future. And it may be working with a cattle herd, walking in a feedlot full of manure up to your ankles, or it may be sitting in some office as a journalist and preparing a report for a CEO, or being the CEO and critiquing reports. In those presentations, you did not hear anything about pronouns. You didn't hear anything about sex education. You didn't hear anything about CRT. You heard kids and teachers and superintendent talking about, we're preparing kids for their future so they have skills so they can go out and make a difference in their personal lives, and then in turn make a difference in the communities that they live. So I appreciate the fact that you're here, and you know, people don't understand the commitment that you made when you were elected to this particular position. They think, oh, you meet once a month. Not exactly. And as I remember, a high school student talking to our York school board said, well, that's what you get paid for, making hard decisions. And he had no clue, and probably 85–90% of the Nebraskans have no clue either, in terms of the amount of time and dedication and the pressures that you face from right, left, in between, up or down, doesn't make any difference. You're under a lot of pressure to make decisions that in your mind are in the best interest of the students of Nebraska. I appreciate both Mr. Epp and Mr. Graham coming up and or Kramer sharing what they are concerned about in Nebraska. Every parent, I hope, wants their child to be prepared for their future. And it is important to let kids have choice. It's important to let them develop their skills and their talents and help them identify what those are so they can move forward. The extra junk that's being brought into schools is detracting from kids' opportunities to learn and opportunities to be successful in the future. I would hope that under Dr. Mahar's leadership, schools begin to focus again on the academics and less of the other stuff that's being introduced into schools. I want my granddaughters to be prepared for their lives and their future, and it may be in the farm, it may be in a business in the cities, but the leadership that you provide, the educators in Nebraska, is going to directly influence whether my sophomore granddaughter is successful or not. You hand out rules, and I remember walking down the hallway at the Department of Education, and I looked out there, and they had all of the rules and expectations that administrators and teachers were required to do, and it covered the wall down this side and back the other side. That's too much. Teachers need to teach curriculum. Principals need to help deal with parents and communicate to them. So thank you for the opportunity to share. You have a wonderful opportunity and a marvelous challenge, and I wish you God's blessings as you face those. Thank you.
Thank you, Woody.
That concludes our public comment period. So we will go back to the item that we were in the midst of discussing when we took a recess for lunch. And that item is, we had a motion and a second to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante Elementary School. Is there any additional discussion?
I'd ask if Dr. Vargas could come back up to answer some questions. Hi, Dr. Vargas. I keep coming back to the thought of I don't think that being punitive ever works with people. I think we have to think about carrots rather than sticks. And so I'm trying to figure out what to do with this. But I keep coming back to, what do these numbers mean? Like, let's say we set the number at 15% and they don't meet it. And then we set it the next year at 15% and they don't meet it. Then what happens? What does it mean? Like, if we just keep getting into this cycle and we're not seeing improvement, or we're not seeing the results, then what? What happens?
Yeah, first I want to say, like, it's important to acknowledge that the team is making a real attempt here to address the issues that are happening in classrooms every day. So it starts with ensuring that they're actually implementing the materials that they had and were in a box for over a year with integrity. So when they do that and then they start creating goals, they're like, we need to think about what are actually going to be meaningful and realistic goals here. So this is the team's attempt to actually put something on paper and hold themselves accountable to it. It might seem extremely low to all of us. And I think that this is their best educated move to do for their school team. I will also say that, what happens if they don't meet that in a year? We can make that recommendation through the commissioner to determine what would be the next step for the school, for the school that you all would be able to take. And maybe it's not having anything to do with a plan, but operationalizing what an alternative administrative structure would look like.
How many students are we talking about in a classroom?
On average, maybe 25 at most.
So if I'm doing the math right, if we had 25 kids in a class, 10% of 25 would be 2.5, and then half of that would be 1.25, so 3.75 kids, so 4. We're saying we're okay. A teacher is saying they are okay with having 25 kids in a classroom, and throughout the course of a year, if I only get 4 where they're supposed to be, then I'm satisfied with that number. That's what we would be approving right now.
I would say that what you're approving is that a rising tide lifts all boats. So what I'm doing for all of those children are actually not only going to move 4 students, but I anticipate as a teacher that it would actually move more than those 4 students. But I have to be really diligent and be really intentional about the moves I make as an educator and the moves the principal makes as the leader to appropriately support those teachers, right? So I want to say that we're under the school's under this microscope, and we're having conversations about Asante, but I can take out Asante and put maybe 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, 6 other schools here. But we're not there yet, right? I think we will be, right? So I'm excited for our accountability season this year. But I just want to acknowledge that I also feel all of the things you all are saying, right? Because we're talking about children, and to the point that you said before, Elizabeth, this is generations of children. But this is the school team's best effort for this 1 year. And then you all have decisions to make after that.
So you mentioned alternative administrative structure. Can you elaborate on that?
Absolutely. So this is a conversation that we've had with prior board members, and that now with our new commissioner, we have had initial conversations and will continue to have those conversations throughout this school year. But according to our state statute, it does not delineate what that means. It just says alternative administrative structure. What we have done is a policy scan of what other states across the nation and also neighboring states have at their disposal through their legislative authority to operationalize. Just how you may have heard from the public commenter, right? This idea like, we'll change the principal, change the superintendent. Those things have happened naturally here, and we have seen the exact result. So our alternative administrative approach here has to look, feel, and sound a little different, but I would need the support of this board to help clarify that.
So at what point does ND staff or yourself say, we're there?
Yep.
When does that happen?
I'm anticipating that you all approve this plan, and then we're talking about this in the next 6 months.
What the definition of alternative?
Absolutely. And then and considering what that looks like to operationalize that if and when needed.
And that's, so, but what would that be based on? Like, if we're there in 6 months, then you've made a decision that X has happened, therefore Y. What's that X that gets us there?
Well, first we need to acknowledge, like, what are we talking about with an alternative administrative structure? What does that actually mean? And then that's what I'm anticipating we would be working through collectively through the support of our commissioner. And then the next piece is this plan, right? The intent here is that it's a 1-year plan, and then there's a recommendation based off of the progress or lack thereof that you all will have to consider before you in June.
So when I understand, and if anybody else has questions, just let me know. I'll shut up and come back. I understand that this is what the staff has said they believe they can achieve, right? But another word that I just heard from you is adequate progress. And so because this is before the board, I'm thinking we are the determiners of what adequate progress is, rather than what they've put down on paper. If we agree to the 15% and we vote on it today and say yes, then isn't that us saying that we are supportive of 15% being adequate progress? Therefore, if we come back and they've met 15%, we can't go to the next level because we've ourselves said that's progress. Are you following me? If we set a benchmark today and say meet 15%, and then they come back a year from now and they met 15% and they're just at 15%, we can't ask you to institute or you could, but it wouldn't be right for you to come back with a recommendation to say it's time to go to an alternative administrative structure because now they've met the progress that we've set for them.
I mean, I don't want to get caught up on well, they met it, therefore we can't move forward to a next step. I think the important thing that I want you all here to take away from this is that if you all then decide, well, you know what, it should really be 25% and they don't meet it, or they do meet it, you would still meet at the same point that we are right now, right? We'd still be at, are we going to try to move forward and do this alternative administrative structure, or they're making progress, therefore we don't bring any recommendation forward. So I think that I think what I'm hearing you say is kind of the same reason what I'm saying too, where it's like, this is realistic, this is meaningful to them. It's not only staff, it's also community members and their local board, right? So I also want to acknowledge that this went before their board also, and has also been approved by them, and acknowledges that these are the things that the school community wants and wants to put forward this school year.
Could I just interject? The plan has much more than one data point, right? The plan is comprehensive. There are lots of different elements of the plan. Some of them are tied to academic performance, but there's much more than that. So I think when you are evaluating whether the plan has been accomplished or not, it's important not to focus on just 1 or 2 data points. And I just want us to, because we've gotten really zeroed in on one part of the plan, and it's an important part, but it is just one part of the plan. And our motion is to approve the plan.
So I want to respond to what you just said, Patty, and then I have some questions for Dr. Vargas. So I am zeroed in on one part of the plan because our school's job is to educate our children. They all deserve a free and appropriate education with high quality learning materials. That's why I'm zeroed in on it. That's why I'm concerned, because that is the purpose of public education, is to educate our children. So I am going to hone in on that because children need to be in school. They also need to be learning. Dr. Vargas, you talked about legislative authority in those three approaches that we can take. And you also talked about the tribal council approving the plan. And so my question is, what authority do we have as a State Board of Education on the Asante Reservation?
Let me just quickly clarify, their local school board that is most likely made up of tribal members approved their plan, not their tribal council. So that's just the delineation there. And your question, I'm sorry, do you mind repeating that?
Yes, so what authority do we as a State Board of Education have on the federal Asante Reservation lands?
Well, it's a public school. We accredit public schools, and we also, as a result of that, we also have a accountability system. You operationalize that, and therefore have appointed at one point the elementary school a priority school.
Okay, so and I was a little confused when you said board. I was thinking the tribal board. So, other questions that maybe go straight to my fellow board members is I'm wondering if we can create more structure within this plan that we can see it. We're being asked to approve a plan that I'm hearing a lot of concern and hesitation. And so I'm wondering if it was fleshed out more for us as board members, we would have more confidence in approving it. I heard Lisa mention, maybe have them come back in December and then February. So what if we sent it back to committee, we fleshed out the plan more, we had a timeline, a specific timeline of them reporting to us, and what Kirk asked for, a specific accountability plan. Like this will be the accountability factors that we as a board want to look at a year from now or in June of next year. So just some questions for my fellow board members if we were to send this back. Maybe you don't have to answer, maybe they're rhetorical, or maybe they're not, depending on how you feel.
I appreciate the thoughtful things that you're questioning and stating. Everybody, I understand some of the frustration, but to your point about going back to committee and coming back again, we actually had this in front of us last month, and then this month, and if I just hesitate to push it off another month. And I think we can pass it with, I hate the word caveats, but with acknowledgement that in fact they have to do the accountability report on the plan progress. We can add that. I don't know that we would need to add it to this proposal or just make it a part of the plan. So I don't know the route there, but I really do. We had it last month. We had some of these same exact questions in our minds last month, and here we are again. And I just, if this is September, October, to wait till October, they could be progressing on this in the next month. So that's just my thought.
This is just for, while the committee may have had this last month, I don't think the board had this last month. So I get worried when the committee work is attributed to the board's work. I think this is important conversations for the board to have, and we're having it. There was some time ago that we were looking at setting, I think it was our legislative priorities, but it could have been different priorities. And we had some achievements broken down by race, and we had a lower achievement list it for students of color. And I said no. I would not support us approving a document even though we were looking at what the gap was. Anything that would show that we had different expectations of children. Like I wasn't going to, and we changed it, and I think that was the right thing to do. And that's how I'm feeling right now. I'm having conflicting ideas because on one hand, it's easy for us to sit in the ivory tower of things and say, no, we expect better when we're not on the ground dealing with the issues every single day. On the other hand, it's very difficult for me to accept that we would have such low targets as a board and say that this is acceptable. It's not acceptable. It wouldn't be acceptable for our kids. It wouldn't be acceptable if this was our school district. If this was any of our, I know OPS has its own problems, but I wouldn't be okay with it if we were voting on it for OPS, and I can't be okay with it if I'm voting on it for a different school district. And so I'm not going to vote in favor of it. If they want to have these expectations for themselves, that's perfectly fine, and they can work toward that. But I am going to expect more from them and the kids there. So that's where I am, and hopefully we can come back with something a little more. It doesn't have to be attainable, but at least let's tell kids we believe in them. We expect something more. By approving this, we're saying we're complacent in it, and I'm not going to vote for that.
And I have one more comment. Will be all. But what I believe I'm missing, and I perhaps should have asked for this 2 months ago, so I apologize. I should have. But what I'm missing are the steps being implemented to achieve these goals. Because I believe if I perhaps saw the steps for dealing with the low attendance, and then I would be more confident in voting yes. But it's just too skeleton for me, and if I saw the steps and could have confidence in the steps, then I would, if that's making sense.
I'll repeat the motion. The motion that was, it was moved and seconded to approve the priority progress plan for Asante Elementary School. Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? No. Neary?
Yes.
Penner?
No.
Kojons?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
No.
Fricky? Yes. Jones?
No.
4 yes, 4 no.
The votes are 4 yeas, 4 nays. The opposition has it, and the motion is lost. Agenda item 6.3.b is to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante High School. Is there a motion on item 6.3.b? B.
I move to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante High School.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante High School. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I would just ask, Sherry, did you have concerns with this one in the committee, or what were your thoughts, if you're willing to share?
It was probably much the same, but the attendance, expectations were particularly concerning to me on page 4.
Any other discussion?
I had some questions.
Okay.
I'm just coming off from a very big discussion. I'm sorry, I'm trying to regroup really quickly. I see that the CSI plan, when they exit in 2026, is at least 20% of Asante High School students will meet the attendance expectations. And so I have concerns if only 20% are meeting the attendance goals, how can we set a 90% graduation rate? Don't you have to be in school to learn? Don't you have to be having good grades to graduate? That's a concern that I have. The attendance, going back to that, if I read it correctly, excuse me, the attendance goal was to be present 90% of the days. That in a 160-day school year, and I'm not really sure how many days, if they have 180 or 160, but if they have 180, that allows for 32 missed days of school. I get a letter from my public school when my child is gone from 10 class periods. Not 32 days, 10 class periods. That means if I scheduled an orthodontist appointment and then my child is sick for a day, there's 5 missed, 4 for the full day of school because we have a 4-period block day, 1 for the missed orthodontist appointment right there. So I'm concerned that our goal is 90% attendance. Now I realize that if kids are only coming 50% of the time, 90% is a big jump, but then how are we graduating last year 100% graduation rate? So I see a lot of discrepancies in the expectations as well as what has been produced in prior years as some concerns that I have. So just wanted to bring those up, and let me see if I have any other notes. We did make a resolution today for Nebraska Everyday Counts, back to that chronic absenteeism. I'm curious if these if these will be implemented at Asante to address the absenteeism. President Goebbels talked about an equity issue with chronic absenteeism, and all the kids need to be in school. And I think that applies to the Asante school the same as it applies to North Platte High School or OPS, like Jacqueline mentioned. So I want to make sure that our expectations are in line with what our goals are. And if we're expecting kids to, only 20% of them to meet attendance expectations, then I don't hardly think that we can expect 90% of them to be graduating.
Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary?
Yes.
Jones?
No.
Morrison?
No.
Fricky? Yes. Tegmeyer?
No.
Penner?
No.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
4 yes, 4 no.
The votes are 4 yeas, 4 nays. The opposition has it, and the motion is lost. Is there a motion on item 6.3.c?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to adopt the ELPA cut scores.
Is there a second? It's moved and seconded to adopt the ELPA cut scores. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Co-Johns,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to adopt the Alt-ELPA cut scores is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.d?
Yes. I move to authorize the commissioner to amend the current 2021 ACT Inc. contract for statewide assessment services for the 2023-2024 school year.
Is there a second to the motion? It's moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to amend the current 2021 ACT Inc. contract for statewide assessment services for the 2023-2024 school year. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Co-Johns,
Yes.
Fricky, Jones,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison, Goebbels,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to amend the current 2021 ACT Inc. contract for statewide assessment services for the 2023-2024 school year is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.e?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to approve the Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Scottsbluff Public Schools.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Scottsbluff Public Schools. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Madam President. So I have the rationale, and I read through it, and my request is that going forward, when we have a waiver, I would ask that the staff would explain why, what are the certifications of the people, and why the waiver is needed, rather than just citing essentially the rule to us. I would like to know why this waiver is necessary. That's the rationale I want to know, is why do they want it, and what steps will they be taking to address it? Because we have a lot of waivers for early childhood. That's something our rules committee, you didn't know I had that in my pocket. We're going to look at Rule 11. But early childhood, and so if moving forward, that's just a request. I would like to know more about each individual program so that we can make an educated vote on why we are approving this waiver.
And I believe, Melody, typically the month before it comes for action, and we had some discussion about discussion, but she comes to the front and provides the rationale for each waiver. If you would like that in writing, we could make that request as well.
I would like it in writing, because often I will read, not often, every month I read through the agenda and I read through the rationale, and it just refreshes our memory, because we do bring a lot of things to the board and we have to approve a lot. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, the motion is to approve Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Scottsbluff Public Schools. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Co-Johns,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to approve Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Scottsbluff Public Schools is adopted. Agenda item 6.3.f is approve Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Auburn Public Schools. This is a discussion item, and I believe Christine is available to provide us with information related to that waiver request.
Hello, Christine Luby again with the Office of Early Childhood. This is for Auburn Public Schools, who is requesting for 2 part-time preschool positions that they were not able to fill with fully certified teachers. This occurred these teachers started during the pandemic, and they were on local sub-certificates during that time. Those flexibilities are no longer available, and so therefore are working towards their endorsement now for the early childhood program. Any questions I can answer?
Christine, this was a little bit of a unique situation. Do you want to explain how it's unique?
Yes, it's exactly as I had mentioned. Because these teachers started during the pandemic, they were granted local sub-certificates, and under those flexibilities, they were able to teach during that time. Since the pandemic flexibilities have now ended, these teachers are no longer qualified under that rule to teach, or that flexibility to teach, so therefore they're working towards their early childhood degrees. They are also receiving Teach Early Childhood scholarships to work towards those degrees. So the school is very kind of doing their own grow your own program for these teachers to become certified staff members.
Any other questions for Christine? Thank you. We have moved beyond Planning and Evaluation Committee, so now we will hear from Chair Elizabeth Tapmeyer to provide a report from the Rules and Regulations Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. The Rules and Regulations Committee reports on the September 7th, 2023 meeting of the committee. Members present were Chair Elizabeth Tegmeyer, Vice Chair Jacqueline Morrison, Patsy Kojohns, and Kirk Penner. NDE staff provided a summary of the new Safety and Security Rule Draft Plan. Committee members requested information and a rationale to why a new rule is required and not just guidelines. NDE staff provided a summary of the revisions to Rule 3 High Ability Learners. The rule was reviewed in 2016, but it hasn't been revised since 1998. NDE staff provided a summary of proposed changes and a timeline for the changes. NDE staff provided an update on Rule 19, which is option enrollment. Guidance has been shared with the schools, and after a review of changes, the changes do not necessitate the same urgency as some of our other rule changes. Committee members asked that this rule be brought back in October to committee. NDE staff provided an update on Rule 51. After reviewing changes, once again, we decided that the changes do not necessitate the same urgency as other rule changes. No revisions are needed to move forward. Committee members asked that this rule be brought back in October to committee. NDE staff provided an update for the rule development for Teach in Nebraska Today program and the Teacher Recruitment Retention Act. And these two acts together provide, the legislature has allocated $15 million per year for the Teach in Today and teacher recruitment together, though they are separate acts. NDE staff provided an update on Rules 21 and 24. The rules are being reviewed by the Attorney General. Additional revisions may be needed to address teacher shortage issues by continuing to remove certification and endorsement barriers while maintaining educator quality. Revisions may be necessary for technical cleanup and to address changes to the state law as related to LB 705. This concludes the Rules and Regulations Committee report.
And there are no action items. Yes, you do. Agenda item 7, additional business. Would you like to read that motion?
I move to authorize the commissioner to contract with Heather Robbins, DBA, Heather's Behavioral Support.
This is the consent agenda item that was pulled. Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I second it.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Thank you. To authorize the commissioner to contract with Heather Robbins, DBA Heather's Behavior Support. Jacqueline?
Sure. So, I'm just pulling up the document right now, just a second.
Madam Chair, what was the number?
5.3.
5.3. Thank you.
Okay. So I think that this may be the second or third contract that I voted on that involves Heather Robbins. And I want, if she's watching, her to know this is nothing personal against her. But the first line of this contract says, Heather Robbins is the sole source of the specific services listed in this contract. And I have consistently asked the department to discuss or explain how we determine what sole source really means. And when I looked at this, she has served in this role with an annual contract beginning since 2017. So we're going on 6 years of saying that this is the only person who can do this. And so my question to NDE is, one, what actions have we taken to locate someone else who could do this? What actions have we taken to train up someone else who could do this? And what happens if Heather Robbins decides next year she doesn't want to do this? Then what would we do, since she's the only person in the world or United States or tri-states or whatever we want to call it who can do this? So what do we do?
Hi, I'm Amy Roan, and I'm the Administrator and State Director of the Office of Special Education. And I may have to ask you to repeat the second part of the question because I was trying to listen to my Deputy Commissioner. First off, I do believe the language around sole source is in error. This is a provider who is written into a federal grant that is in the first year of a continuation federal grant. So in 2017, she began her work with the Nebraska Department of Education because she was written into the first state personnel development grant in that 5-year grant cycle. Then this last year, she was written into the continuation competitive grant under the State Personnel Development Grant Awards through the Office of Special Education Programs. Can you repeat the second part?
Well, it changes now if the information that we got is not right. So it wasn't a sole source?
So our interpretation of sole source is that she was the only one who could do this work because we wrote her into the grant. So it's not sole source based on the sole source definition under procurement, but it was sole source in that it was written into the grant that we utilized her for the services.
So then, are we able to circumvent our procurement processes by writing someone into a grant, and then once we get approved for the grant, we say this is a sole source because we wrote her into this? Is that fair to say? Well, I don't want you to say we're breaking the law. Don't do that. But is it truly our processes that when we decide this is the partner that we're going to partner with, if we get that award, we then have to sign a contract with them?
So part of the federal grant application actually requires us to name how we will do the activities, and often in in the two instances of this grant, the State Personnel Development Grant, we specify the goals that we are going to do, and then we list out the activities of how we're going to do that. And then the partners that we choose to do that with write their portions of the grant with us. So there's multiple partners within this grant. Heather Robbins, Doing Business as Heather's Behavior Support, is one of those that we wrote the grant with in order to receive it in Nebraska.
I think Deborah has a question.
So I understand that you got the grant because Heather was in the grant, and that helped you get the grant. But I guess just because I've always asked these questions in Finance Committee about how do we broaden our network of vendors to ensure that we are reaching a wider audience and having opportunity for more diverse vendors. I guess, what's the process? I know after a certain point, you know what she's going to do and produce, and obviously she must be doing really well, or you wouldn't keep putting her in federal grants. But I guess what are the conversations? I know it's a limited number of vendors too, but will you just kind of talk to all those things? Thanks.
Yeah. And so we actually, after the last year's conversation, we amended the grant to begin having her, as part of one of her activities, develop others in our MTSS network to be able to provide many of the services that she does. So through a trainer of trainers model, it's called a TOT model, she's actually training our other specialists through the NEMTSS system to be able to do the PBIS trainings that she does and provides for us. She's working right now with many on an advisory group that is providing supports around many of the behavior trainings that our schools are required to provide based on new legislation that was passed this year. So that was a concern that was brought up last year, which led us to amend and change portions of our grant so that we were building capacity in others in our state to provide this, so we're not always seeking others. And then potentially looking at how we could write those grants differently moving forward in future grant awards to say, instead of an individual, the activity, and then it would be RFP'd and looked for in a different fashion. I will tell you, grant writing is not one of my skills and something that I'm definitely learning to be better at in the role as the administrator of the Office of Special Education, as most of our work is grant funded.
I don't have any more questions. I'm still a little concerned about this for the same reasons that Deborah, I think, just expressed right now, and that I've continued. The whole point of our procurement processes are to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to partner with the department. And I continue to see a lot of the same names coming through over and over again, which means that we as an agency aren't diversifying our partnerships. And I'm going to vote for this one, but if it would be helpful to see in the future, or for the board to understand what actions that we are taking to diversify our vendors or to create new partnerships or to find other people, so that we're aware that this is happening, even when we see names repeatedly come before us. And then I think even as we look at our documentation, understanding when something says she is the sole source of the services listed in this contract, if there's another nuance to that, explaining it and how we got there would be helpful. That's it.
Any other discussion? Okay, the motion is to authorize the commissioner to contract with Heather Robbins, DBA, Heather's Behavior Support. The recording secretary, please call the roll.
Fricky?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Kojans? Kojans?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Neri?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
8 yes.
Votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it. And the motion to authorize the commissioner to contract with Heather Robbins, DBA Heather's Behavior Support, is approved. Agenda item 8.2, written public comment. There was one written public comment submitted, and that has been posted for your availability to read it if you choose to do that.
President Goebbels?
Mm-hmm.
I know sometimes we leave here and we get busy and we don't always get back to the written public comment right away, but I would encourage my fellow board members to look at it because it is submitted by Marion Holstein, the executive director of the Nebraska Indian Education Association, and I think it's very relevant to the things that we were discussing at length today.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. Agenda item 9.1 through 9.3. These are information items and written reports for the board. Agenda item 10, good of the order. This section of the agenda is intended for board members to offer informal observations of the work of the state board. Board members may make brief announcements about attendance at future events for the purpose of informing other board members. No business or motions or suggested actions of the board may be offered at this point in the agenda, nor should board members engage in substantive discussion about other agenda items or introduce new agenda items. Is there anything for the good of the order? Lisa?
We just, I believe, approved a grant for the Children's and Family Foundation. And so I asked President Goebbels to send out information about it. And this is just a reminder that the Thriving Children and Family Conference is on September 19th in Kearney. And our Commissioner, Dr. Maher, will be on the distinguished keynote panel that they're going to have. And there'll be nearly 500 leaders in attendance representing 110 Nebraska communities. And so I'm hoping a few of you can join me because they usually do a really good job.
Elizabeth?
Next month, I am super excited that our board meeting will be out in my district, District 7, Scottsbluff County, and we will be meeting at the Gehring Convention Center. But just a heads up for my fellow board members, the Wednesday, October 4th, before our committee meetings and work sessions, we will be offering the board and staff a tour of Scottsbluff High School Career Academies, including a tour of the Derek Deaver Diesel Shop, which was created in collaboration with 7 different local business and industries in Scottsbluff County and is currently being utilized by both Scottsbluff High School and Gehring High School. So it's a very unique situation, and their career academies have been visited by schools as big as Rapid City to see what they're doing because they've been so successful. So if you have time and can put it in your schedule to come on Wednesday, October 4th, I'll be delighted to have you see one of our Western schools.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
What time would that tour begin on the Wednesday?
Ryan is actually coordinating the details with the superintendent.
Yeah, working with Elizabeth and Dr. Andrew Dick at Scottsbluff, we're working to plan something knowing that folks would have different travel distances, but there would be something that would start at noon with lunch and then I'll say an experience or a tour after that, but also knowing that some people might need to travel on Tuesday night, planning another opportunity for Wednesday morning so that your day would be worthwhile. So more details hopefully in the next week or so.
All right, thank you.
I wanted to make you all aware that the National Association of State Boards of Education Annual Conference is being held in San Diego, October 26th through the 28th. Reservations are open if that's a conference you're interested in attending. It is a conference that is geared for state school board members. There are a wealth of really exciting learning opportunities and presentations on the schedule. On the conference planning committee, we're just now finalizing that schedule. We've also got some really fun, interesting social events that give you an opportunity to network with state board members from other states across the country. So just to put that on your radar if that's something that you're interested in doing.
ASB meetings, and so if you didn't go and you would like to be part of a discussion group concerning legislative items, I have the cards that I grabbed 3 extra because I thought maybe some of you might be interested in that. I was, and you don't have to do it in person. You can do it online. You can Zoom into the discussion meetings beyond different topics that affect education this upcoming year. There they are.
Thank you. Anything else for the good of the order? Lisa?
Well, I have to apologize. That's the second time that my computer was listening and repeated something Deborah said. I was totally embarrassed and I'm sorry that happened, but I have no control.
That is for the good of the order. Thank you. All right. With that, thank you to those who attended in person and who tuned in to the broadcast. The next meetings of the State Board of Education are scheduled for October 5th and 6th, 2023 in Gering, Nebraska. The September 8th, 2023 State Board meeting is adjourned.